somewhere, usually most of them, what the titles of these people were, but.
Yeah, I
that was
tried
the
to
only
do
thing
that. I wasn't really sure how to, what we
Yeah.
wanted to format. I mean,
Yeah, I like the way she did it, just because it says up front who she is, and then after, anytime she speaks, any other time, you don't have to put the title again. What I did is when I remembered, I put the title in every time, just about, but I like that way better. It'll be more efficient.
yeah, well, and actually, when I type them in here, I type like I was doing just your initials, but then it kept pulling up every time I had to type the word at. That's not helpful.
ART is.
Yeah.
So. Meetings do we have in favor? Because it feels like there were a couple missing. I know we had them every 3 days, so there were.
I had sent you a bunch.
Did you? So I just need to find that email.
Yeah, or I can resend whatever we don't need today.
Okay, Abby,
That's an updated.
Abby,
Yes.
oh, you can hear us? Okay, good.
Yep. Good morning.
All right, sorry, folks, we had sound difficulties this morning, so we couldn't get started exactly at 9 o'clock. But we're going to get going. Today is Tuesday, April the 20th, 2021. This is a Fayette County Commission. We have a pretty packed agenda, as usual. So first we'll get started with the Pledge of Allegiance. And Michelle, would you lead us, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Mr. Young was in and he left something with Amy. Amy, is that something that we do or?
Combine at the bottom, segregate, it's right there.
Consolidate. For. Should I read? Oh, there's a few of them here.
It's just one signature at the bottom.
That's it.
Yeah, so if you
Okay.
just want to read the names that are on the.
So we're just doing a combine and divide?
Yeah, for this is Angela Reed and James Edward.
There's several of them.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
There's that one. Right. Keep them in order.
I
One
make a-
signature.
Yes.
Well, we'll just do them all at one time.
Yeah, let's do them all
Gary
at once.
Kessler,
You go read them off, okay.
Patricia Smith. I'm gonna say Babette Warble, because writing's a little questionable. The longer sheets are the ones you sign.
Yeah.
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion to approve and a second on a consolidation or a division of land presented by our assessor this morning. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So it passed. And I've got to sign,
Just set the long page at the bottom.
yeah. Okay, Tom, you want to go ahead with the?
What with the payroll?
Yeah.
I make a motion to approve payroll for April 30th.
Second.
Okay, we got a proper motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Go ahead, Tom.
Okay. I make a motion to vouchers and then approve vouchers and invoices. Unless anybody has any problem. Everybody good?
Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second for paying our vendors and invoices. All those in favor? Aye. Go ahead, Allison.
Read the minutes. Okay, so I've been able to get through some. I didn't have them all in one place, so I missed a couple, but I have minutes for the 7th, for the special meeting on the 7th of April, 2021. I'll move for approval of these minutes.
Second.
Okay. So we just have one set of minutes for today?
No, we have several sets. Just go
Okay,
from one
so
to
I
one
need
at a time.
all of them at one shot, and that way.
Oh, you need them all at one shot?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm also presenting the minutes from the March 26th, 2001 meeting, the March 19th meeting, and the February 8th meeting.
Second.
Okay, we have a proper motion and second. However, there's no lines for me to sign on these guys.
There was on one of them, but the rest I didn't see.
You can just sign at the bottom and I mean,
You can just
Okay.
sign at the bottom. It won't
Yeah.
matter.
All right.
the very last page.
All those in favor of the minutes on the dates that Allison presented?
Aye.
Aye.
So we still have, I looked back at the calendar, we still have the 29th of January, 3rd of February, 11th of February, 17th, 22nd, 25th, March 5th and 12th, and April 9th left. I'll get on those before the next meeting, huh?
I'm just coming back.
Oh, okay.
Okay. do
Anyway,
we-
I'll try to get those finished for the next meeting.
Do we have any estate settlements?
Yes,
There is state settlements.
there should be.
All right, we want to do those next? Settlements, and then we'll do the levy. So we have estate settlements for James Hazlett, John Elliott Johnson, Thomas Rollins, Gloria Ruth Smith, and Lydia Hilda Smith.
A motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We were gonna have an order from last meeting. Eddie presented for either credit or refund for some people. But I didn't have the information to prepare the order. And he just sent it to me this morning, so I'm doing it now and we can sign it. They've already approved it, but they need to sign the order so it can be filed. Okay. So we'll have that in a minute.
Okay, it's 9:10. We need to lay the levy. Lay the levy means that we are setting the tax rate for the upcoming year. Ruth?
And this is just an order that states that you are certifying the rates as approved by the state. The commissioners will sign, each commissioner signs. Then Michelle Holly will sign the actual rate sheet that goes to the state.
To approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the tax rate for the upcoming year. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, that should be.
Making sure.
Man, you've gotten good at that.
I've slowed down, John. I've tried to slow down and make it halfway neat.
Okay, if you guys looked at the agenda, we've had to move some things around. So I'll catch you up really quick. Ruth is going to do her administrator Exhibit A stuff at 9:10. 10 o'clock will be at its normal spot. The 9:10 with Matt Ford will be moved to 11, and everything else will go as normal. But I just wanted to get you guys in Zoom land on what's going on. So Ruth,
Ready?
you can give this to Michelle.
All right, the first item is the Bridge Day Courthouse property request from Becky Sullivan.
It's the request to use the parking area around the memorial building for Bridge Day's vendor staging on October 16th from 4:30 a.m. to 7:15 a.m. only.
I was a little confused because I thought we were trying to do this annually, but I didn't see the request isn't submitted as an annual request.
Well, we had talked about that, and I think that you were going to vote on that, like bring that up and vote on it.
Once it
And then
was, the
notify.
application was submitted.
And
but-
I've got she submitted the application and I've got the letter approving it annually. It's just up to you guys which way you want to do it.
Okay, because the letter doesn't request it, that was my hope that we would get the letter that requested it, and then we would approve it, but she does mention it at the bottom of this letter, that it's an annual request, so I think we can, based on that, go ahead and, I'd like to move that we approve it for this year and subsequent years. We know it's always going to be on the third weekend of October, and I still think we ought to similarly encourage the Board of Education to do the same thing. If somebody needs an exception to it for any reason, we can always hear that when the time comes.
That's second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to allow Bridge Day to use the properties that were mentioned. And it happens on the third weekend of October. And the commission has decided to just make this an annual approval, so it doesn't have to be done each year.
And they'll just have to submit their insurance.
We'll just give an updated insurance each year.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
All right, so the next is also a request from Becky Sullivan for the Bridge Day Commission to reappoint Marcus Ellison, Benji Simpson, and Philip Peelish. Benji Simpson, actually all three of them, 2-year terms to expire on April 28th.
Okay, there was some question around one of them.
I'm sorry, I'm not there yet. Oh, no, that's resolved.
That's resolved.
Mhm,
Okay,
That's resolved. I move that we approve these 3 reappointments to the Bridge Day Commission.
That's second.
all right, we have a motion and a second to reappoint Benji Simpson as the Repel Advisor to Bridge Day Commission, Marcus Ellison as the Base Advisor to Bridge Day Commission, and Philip Peelish as the Vendor Community at Large Advisor to the Bridge Day Commission. All those in favor?
Aye.
6 signatures. 3
Approves.
letters, 3 orders. Yeah, this gives it.
Sheriff, how are you this morning? You're catching all kinds of fish. Is it local or?
They have it? Okay.
Watch out, I'll roll the other way.
Yeah, you was rolled on them accidentally, John. That's okay. Or it went up underneath the wheel. So you did that on purpose.
Yeah, I did.
Should have just took them apart like this to start with.
Oh.
You ever notice in some of them, you got a lot of space?
Yeah.
Some of them, you don't have any.
Yeah.
Hey, man, spacing isn't easy. Get everything to fit on one page is easy. It's not easy.
This goes with that too.
Can you make you work for you?
Put these together here.
All right, number 3.
Okay, so this is a request from our county clerk to purchase off-site backup space from Compiled Technology for the county clerk's records. So right now, and we actually do the same thing. It's a backup tape and somebody takes the tape home. And this would provide off-site backup, so if the building did burn down, we didn't lose all our county clerk records.
Well, in our records, because she's keeping ours too.
Yeah. And it's something we need to work on our side, but our software company does not provide it, so. And it's 36, this is annual, right, Michelle?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's my assumption.
24-hour restoration service, I mean, that's pretty good. And it comes out of the commission budget, so.
How much is it?
$3,600 a year.
I think it's well worth it.
Oh, I do too.
No, absolutely.
300 a month's not bad.
Mhm.
And Chris never refuses a request from us for help, or, I mean, we call him about everything, and he's good to work with.
We move our official record keeping to her office. That is going to include our,
Well, it won't include like all our accounting records and stuff.
no, just a minute.
Yeah, minutes.
Just the public record
Yeah.
stuff.
Need
Okay,
a-
so I move we approve it.
A second.
Okay, we had a motion to approve up for the county clerk's office. Comes up to $3,600 a year. All those in favor? Aye.
And it's just, I'll show your signature since it's a contract.
Accepted by. Okay, number 4.
All right. Okay, so this one is a request from the Fayette County Farmers Market to update their use of the Wiseman Avenue parking lot Saturdays, May 1st to October 31st, 2021, from 8 to 1 for the farmers market. They set up like canopies, tables, and signs, but they are requesting to place a porta potty at the health department during the season, but it's not a requirement.
Sunny was,
Maintenance was against it because he feels like people would leave a big mess for them to clean up, so.
Yeah,
I'm against it. I mean, we've been functioning for years without having that. There are plenty of places in town where people can find facilities, including the visitor center.
that's where we
Down there.
started out. And then we went down to where DOG's was at.
Right.
And then they closed up and these other people kicked them back out. Now they're coming back up here again. The only thing that I would add to this is when we have things going on in town and we've already given the city of Fayetteville or the town of Fayetteville the parking lot to use. They won't be able to set up then.
I don't think the one happens before the farmer's market starts, and we haven't given permission for the parking lot after that. And one other time, they were able to coexist.
I think the July 4th celebration.
Yeah, that's when they were able to coexist.
Okay. All right, so what's your pleasure?
I'll move that we approve it, except for the porta potty.
I second, except for the porta potty.
Okay, we have a motion for Fayette County Farmers Market to use the parking lot back behind us. What's the name of that road? On Wiseman Street. I couldn't think of that one. They have also requested to use a porta potty, and at this time, we will not approve the porta potty. All those in favor of letting them use the parking lot?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Okay, let's go on to number 5.
So this is a request from the town of Fayetteville to use the Fayette County Memorial Building's parking lot to place dumpsters for a town cleanup event, April 22nd through Monday 26th. They just put like the dumpsters out there and people come and drop off their trash.
Ruth, do we need to be specific in this letter that the porta potty is not approved?
I kind of feel like we should.
Yeah, I think so
And then
too.
we could stamp your names if you want to do
Okay.
I
that.
can do it
Yeah.
right now.
Or she said she could do it right now, so.
Okay.
Two roll-off dumpsters.
Oak Hill did a cleanup last weekend, and they got several bags of garbage. I mean, from all over the place. So it was nice to see that we're getting out and doing different things now. So we have a request. We have a motion and a second for the request for the town of Fayetteville to use the Memorial Building parking lot.
Is this the bottom, like down
It's-
over the hill, so it's not interfering with where the rippers are?
No, it'll be up closer to West Maple. It's right up the side where the memorial stone is.
Uh-huh.
That's where they put the dumpsters. And they shouldn't be near the rippers.
Okay.
But people do come around the back of the building and come down that driveway. But
All right. They might be done, finished by
will
then.
they be working on Saturday?
No, but I don't know if they leave equipment. I haven't been back up there, so.
Did you make a motion?
No, not
I
yet.
didn't think. Oh,
I move that, I move that we approve the request from the town of Fayetteville to put a dumpsters for town cleanup on the Memorial Building parking lot between April 22nd and April 26th.
I second.
So we have a proper motion to second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Approved. Okay, Ruth, you want to go into number 6?
Yes, this is our WV Core insurance renewal. This is like our overall insurance. It covers pretty much property and casualty, all that stuff. And actually, it's about $1,000 less than last year. And then in March, we got a letter that we're getting a dividend credit because the usage across the board is better. So our bill will actually go down another $5,500 on top of that. So,
5,500. Wow.
yeah, I mean, that's a kind of a drop in the bucket when you look at the total cost, but you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
That counts.
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah, when you look at the total, I mean, it's a
It's
huge amount.
200 and.
This might be the time to bring up the people and organizations that we're insuring through this insurance policy that are not county, that aren't a part of our budget, including the health department and the litter control officer who works for the solid waste authority, the one who we had the complaint about recently. I have no idea who set that precedent or why we're doing it. And so I want to ask the question, see if anybody knows like, why we're insuring vehicles that we don't own.
We don't have an answer as to why. Now, I did talk to WV Core and he said basically since it's a self-insurance pool, you don't have the same restrictions, I guess, as you would on a commercial insurance policy. And we're insured by the number of vehicles, but he also said that he feels like it would be better if it's only county employees and county vehicles, because the county is still liable if there's something that
A
happens.
death.
And the thing too is that we have a separate budget from the health department. So why isn't the health department paying its own policy?
Now, they did, is there
We're
two
reimbursing us
vehicles,
for
I
what we
think?
pay.
Yeah, they don't.
Either or.
They did take 2 off and left 2 on. And I don't know if that's something they're gonna change later. And then I think the only other one was the solid waste.
And they canceled their meeting.
Yeah, that was canceled. So.
Well, I'd like to put this back on the agenda for maybe May 7th or something to,
Well, we don't have to approve this right now.
Okay.
So,
because I mean, I feel like we need to talk to the Terry at the health department and figure out why we're paying their insurance and that kind of thing.
I agree with you.
And, also with regard to guy with solid waste.
holy cow, I can't read that.
Don't we have solid waste on the agenda at some point anyway, or was that was on your list? Maybe
That
we
was
should put that
their,
on there too.
I know they was supposed to have a meeting last Thursday, but it canceled it.
I'd like to get an agenda item on because I want to understand why we have that authority and whether we still need it. I mean, just because we have a litter control officer, Gabe told me something about that we still have some kind of responsibility with regard to the former landfill, but I'm not clear on what that is. I mean,
If we have a
and
regional,
if we actually need a whole organization to deal with it, or if we can just have one county employee deal with, something like that.
if
So-
we had a regional solid waste authority, then no. But since we have a single solid waste authority in the county, yes, we have to keep it. That's state code.
I want to look it up.
You want to postpone the insurance renewal for now?
Yeah.
That's to win,
Okay.
Postponed to May 7th.
May 7th.
A second.
All those in favor of postponing till May 7th?
Aye.
Aye, it passed.
This was postponed to 7.
Yes. 7 and 8.
Also May 7th.
Yeah.
All of these to May 7th.
And that's on an actual agenda item.
Okay, and then the number 9, Mac Ford, that'll be discussed at 11.
Mhm.
Also, 6, 7, and 8 is going to be postponed, all 3 of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
7 and 8 are
And
postponed.
then this is 11.
Mhm. And then next is the park sales and use tax report, which Gia did all by herself.
Are they all postponed to May 7th? Those 6, 7, and 8?
6, 7, and 8.
Okay.
Because the 7 and 8 really go together,
Okay.
so.
That's it.
I haven't seen the ordinance, and I would like to, the dilapidated buildings, the one we have. I talked to Anthony about it on the phone this morning.
Meeting.
Okay.
I'll send it again.
Yeah,
Okay.
Amy said.
Did you send it to me already?
It's just a link to it's on our website, that I
Okay.
didn't send it to everybody, but I can certainly send it again.
If you have the document, that's what I'd like to see.
It's just a PDF that's being on our website.
I see. Okay. What is this?
That's just the sales and use tax report. It's the tax we gotta pay
Oh,
from the park.
okay. Well, I move that we approve that.
Got a second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to pay our taxes to the state for sales made at the park. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. I don't know if it will, number 11 is postponed from April 9th, the covenant for additional grant funding through SHPO for the Memorial Building roof rehab. I feel like Anthony reviewed it, but Anthony won't be here till later.
He did. I
so-
talked to him about it this morning. What he, where we're coming down, I mean, he's right about the issues. There's some really restrictive issues in there that Gabe says is a standard for SHPO grants, that everything does that, but I don't have any information, and I don't know that Anthony does, that confirms that fact. So I think that's where we are with it, that, you know, we have some restrictions in there that we don't like, it's possible we may not be able to do anything about, and may be a component of getting these grants. But I want to confirm that before we.
So we need Gabe to tell us, or Anthony to tell us which one specifically, and then Gabe to get it to us. I guess,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, or whatever on SHPO's website from SHPO that's like shows that it's standard and not negotiable. Because if it is negotiable, we need to negotiate it. It's not, which things typically aren't with the federal government. Then, you know, we're probably stuck. I'm guessing we're stuck, but I want to confirm that he was right about the, you know, right about that, and that we can back it up with something. So I'll just move that we postpone that. I know Anthony's gone through it and made notes on it, so he's prepared his analysis.
How long we got on? We had time.
Well, that's what, there's not really a date, and Gabe is not here, but we might be able to ask Anthony, because he'll be here later.
We had a little bit of time.
I think you've got until the project's actually done and
Yeah.
6 months afterwards.
He had said we had some
It
time
just holds your
on that
money.
one.
A second.
Yeah. So do we
So
want to
we're gonna
postpone it?
postpone-
Let's postpone it to the 7th also, and then just have the two of them.
A second.
Okay,
Hi,
so
this is Abby. I just wanted to give you guys some clarification. That grant cycle does not wrap up until the end of August, I believe. So you would have time to accept that additional funding. And I can also pull the previous covenants from past grants. It is something that is required by their federal standards. So I can give you the proof of that, but I'm more than happy to talk to Anthony on specific points. I can also reach out to our contact at SHPO and see if there's any negotiation. I don't believe so, but I will check, or I'm happy to pass on any contact information with SHPO to you guys.
Well, and one thing we're going to need to look at, Abby, too, is have we already given SHPO, you know, those same things with other grants we've had on the memorial building? Like this might be, we might have already surrendered some of those rights in the past, so this might be moot. But
Because it's a historic building,
The first,
Yeah.
What was the question?
they're talking about the restrictions and the covenants and the state historic.
Well,
preservation.
yeah, if the grant is coming from SHPO, yeah, it's on the.
You basically can't alter the buildings. And one of the things like.
but that right to inspect, the fact that they have some sort of ownership interest in it, those are the things that Anthony was raising. So, but I suspect in previous grants we've accepted for that very same building that we have given up those rights already without really questioning it.
If we've done.
Not that we could have. I mean, I'm just saying, I know as a former Fed that, you know, once that stuff is in there, it's in there, but I just want to make sure, especially the ownership rights.
And we'll need Gabe and Anthony. Right.
Yes.
Well, I think it can go back on the list. Okay. 13, or I'm sorry, 12.
12.
So this is a proposal from GST to cover the prosecuting attorney's office. I was hoping Anthony would be here because he talked. So it'd be $410 per month to add them to our GST contract, and it eliminates something else. And Anthony talked to him, and I feel like Marilyn talked to him in detail, but Anthony's not here. It does save the county some money.
And you said Anthony's coming in later on?
He said he'd get here as soon as he can.
He is, listen, don't count on it.
Yeah,
Oh,
see.
what's he got?
He's got Judge Ewing set, he's basically set almost every criminal case that hasn't been sent to trial yet for today for a review hearing. And ordered
Okay.
that Anthony
Yeah, he
be
won't be here.
present, and they're all set for the same day of trial.
I feel like the settling part is the same day. of trial.
Okay, so
Yeah, he's,
Can we
he's
postpone this
he's
one too
planning
or
to
not?
knock it all out. Well, no, I don't think we need to. I mean, Anthony talked to us about it before. I think it does save the county money. It makes sense to put his office on the same system that, we're using. It's just his computer system for maintenance.
And prior, I think Jeff was handling his own IT, and Anthony said he's a lawyer, not an IT.
Correct.
Well, and Jeff was he was a
Yeah.
prior IT person,
Yeah.
so he was doing that for Larry and then for himself. But before that, I do believe GST was probably doing it for us because it wasn't anybody in the office when I worked there.
Yeah, the only other thing on this quote is
I don't know
to
why you do
include
that
the
anyway.
part.
Just to,
And I don't know that we need to. I know very little about what equipment they have, what issues, do they help with the park at this point?
I think they do, but it's been kind of as a favor kind of thing. And he
How
said,
often have we had them down there? I think the park and art part we need to look at. I think the prosecuting attorney we should
I agree.
approve.
well, that said, I will say that any county, because of our FOIA requirements and things like that, any county computer needs to have a consistent standard of, backups and that sort of stuff. So I really don't want to leave the park out there without that kind of setup.
It ain't gonna cost that, it's not.
It's
costing-
$175.
I don't think it's,
a month.
I would rather just approve it because I'd rather them,
I
Okay,
agree,
be
I agree with
managed by
that. I mean,
us.
Okay, so
yeah.
does that mean everything is covered through GST now?
the sheriff's office isn't.
but that's his, that's his area.
Who's taking care of your,
Mr. Shrewsbury and Philip at the 911 center. I just had a run-in with GST the other day with one of ours, because I had to purchase some Microsoft Word and stuff, Excel for some computers. And they took over computers that, because we have sensitive stuff that the detectives work with. And that's why we don't want everybody and brother to have certain things. Well, they copied a picture of Amy's, and it was on a computer up in our main office. And nobody knew how it got there, so it kind of freaked everybody out for a minute. So we had to have our IT guy come in and take it all off so they wasn't mirroring each other, because there's things that even deputies don't need to be seeing what we're working on. The detective bureau, so. But no, to answer your question, Mr. Shrewsbury and Phil does it because we got two entities there. We have the Spillman part of it, and then we have our stuff that we do within our office on our server and stuff.
and your detective agency's covered under,
Us.
yeah,
Yes,
okay,
sir.
all right.
Okay, so I move that we approve the GST coverage of both the prosecutor's office and the park for the reasons I stated.
I'll second.
Okay, we had a motion and a second to cover the prosecuting attorney's office and the park computer. Prosecuting attorney's office will be $410 a month. The park will be $175 a month, and we'll still save money monthly over our previous contracts.
And they'll send an amended agreement to sign a later date.
Yeah.
Well, and as far as how much need the park has, that can still be assessed as part of this. We just
Yeah,
want
they're
it
gonna
covered.
assess it.
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Passed. Okay. 13, we're holding off on,
We are.
or are we doing them now?
I mean, you can do them now, it's just the letters,
we've got time to do it.
the budget
Well,
letters.
yeah.
Let's
Yeah, I
just
mean,
do
we've
it.
got time. And then this last one is the extension.
Yeah, that's where I gotta sign.
Yeah, so, and that is the
And
Okay.
letter.
Take out that first one, it's a dummy.
This is a dummy.
Is that why you're handing it to me?
I was handing it to Sean.
Yeah, she made sure she cleared.
She
clarified
absolutely
that
did
real
not
quick.
hand it to me, though.
It did go to Tom. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the budget letters that will be going out in the mail tomorrow. Tom,
Oh my God, 25 of them?
yeah,
So, and we changed the letter because we used to put a chart and retype everything,
Here's one.
but we have a spreadsheet,
So we're not waiting, you're not waiting for a whole pallet, John.
look at that organization.
Yeah, man.
I'm
Assembly
so
line
impressed.
here.
What was it?
and it said I was a dummy.
I didn't say you were a dummy.
I didn't-
Amy used the term dummy.
Had
Oh,
nothing to do with anybody's piece of paper.
hello there under the bus. Amy.
It was a dummy letter.
We wondered what that, we thought it was just a speed bump.
Commissioners, just let y'all know that I want to say thank you for supporting the trout derby. Down there, we had a good time this weekend. A lot of families, a lot of fish was caught and stuff, so
Sweet.
it was awesome.
A lot of kids.
Yes, sir. They did an outstanding job organizing and stuff too.
A lot of good ideas.
I want to hear.
It's important that we have that for the children.
I think it would be bigger.
Perfect.
There's people and companies want to get involved.
Did you go down and check that?
Was it here? I don't know what day it was. I was gone part of the weekend, till like late Saturday.
We need a bunch of hot dogs. They said
That's
they
what
were-
Robert said.
they said they were better.
Them's fighting words, man. You better watch it in here.
Oh, I hear that all the time.
Something else.
Okay.
We got a few minutes to discuss some agenda items for the future.
Or do you want to wait and see how the rest of the meeting pans out?
Well, I mean, there's a couple things that I found out this past weekend that I was wanting to mention, and that me and Ruth done a little research on. I'd like to make sure it's on the agenda. If the commissioners doesn't mind,
For what time?
the 7th.
Right there. Let me get that one. 14. Okay, that's number 14. We're gonna have the dilapidated houses on there. So it'll be moving up into the top.
Let me pull this up for you guys,
And
so we can see what it.
you already have Nuttall, Canal Falls, and Hidden Hills Farm.
No, that's not me. That's, I think she's bringing it to commission.
Planning
because-
Commission.
Because they're meeting on the 3rd,
Okay,
and then they're bringing it to us.
okay. All right, what you got?
Well, I was down at the park this past weekend doing a little ride about. And Wayne, we was riding on the property, looking at the other side of the property where the animal shelter's at, looking for another access across the road to the park. And it was mentioned to me that the shooting range might be on the county property. So I notified Ruth, and she done a little research and come to find out the range is on county property. So then she done a little more research, and I think at one time it was the sheriff's department's shooting range, from what I understand. So me and Ruth has done a little investigating, and I went down and talked to the guys Saturday. That was a Friday, I think. And then I went down and talked to the guys Saturday and got some information where the lease might be, because we had a problem finding the lease, and Ruth looked it up, found the lease. So I want to put it on the agenda to discuss the details of the skeet range down there, and maybe turn it back over to the sheriff department, or keeping it in the county. sheriff's department using it and the park using it for some type of recreational or skeet range. But with the sheriff's department using it also, using it in conjunction. I want to put that on the agenda
idea.
for the 7th.
I'll just caution you that from what I know, from what I've heard, a big part of the decision involved the animals, that the shooting was terrifying, the dog in the shelter. And so I expect when we do put it on the agenda, it's going to be a matter of great controversy between, I just want to let you know,
Oh,
as far
I
as
know.
time is
I
concerned.
read the email,
the-
yeah. But have you ever been down there when you're shooting? Have you ever been around a shotgun?
Yeah, I have one.
Okay, well,
Thank you.
to me, when they say this, to me, when they say this, what's the difference in a pistol and a shotgun?
I don't think there is one as far as the noise
Right.
concern is, but I think the frequency of use may mean there's more of it, but I don't know. But otherwise, yeah, I know both that, and then I actually had a couple of residents in that area say something to me over the weekend about it, because I hadn't heard anything about it at the time. I haven't heard anything about it. I know the sheriff's been looking for a place, but so there's going to be some community protest as well. But I just wanted to give you a heads up that those were the things that I expect. Or so when we give it agenda time, we're going to need to keep that in the.
You
Oh,
might
I-
want to not put it on the 7th, maybe the next meeting, because there's a lot on the 7th.
You know, and I understand, I knew that was going to be,
Mm.
but they're down there, they meet twice a week. From what I understand, Tuesdays and Saturdays and shoot. And if you've seen the truckload of clays come in when I was
So
there
they're doing a lot of
Saturday,
shooting.
I mean, a whole truckload of clays. Come in. So I don't know whether they shot all the clays Saturday,
Well,
but if they do that, there's a lot of shooting.
we definitely don't need to have a county range that's limited only to a private club. I don't
Yeah.
know what that's about.
I just wonder too, if they actually use it 2 days a week, why couldn't we continue to limit it to 2 days a week?
You know, and that's what I'm saying.
That's a lot of discussion though, but we
Yeah.
should put it on the agenda.
And even, you know, even the park could come in and do, you know, they could sell. I mean, the park could benefit by this, people coming in. And yeah, we got a skeet range down here. You can rent it for X amount
Right,
of dollars.
because the lease is what, $100 a year right
$100
now?
a year, yeah.
Yeah, and that's
So, you know,
not,
we could actually county, they could sell it at the park for people coming in at the raft and even, hey, you know, you got a bunch of corporate officers coming in, they want to go down there and shoot, they'll pay for it.
how nice is it? They just,
It's, to me, it was nice. It was nice, laid out really nice and everything.
I have to go down there and
No, I
shoot
mean,
now.
I
I
tell
like
you,
shooting skeet.
I'm gonna tell you what, it was nice.
And first, Commissioner Louise's, we need to remember where Commissioner Taylor is from. So you know she has probably every weapon known to man.
Not everywhere. Get the house broken into.
I couldn't resist that one. Sorry. Sorry.
So what day is that?
So,
Your calendar.
and then I got another one.
Okay.
So wait, let's
Okay,
finish that
okay.
one. What do you want to say on the agenda?
Discussion of, I don't know,
County shooting range.
I'll let you come up with that.
About shooting range at Fayette County Park. About public use of shooting range or sheriff's use, public and sheriff's use of shooting range.
Huh?
Are we good, Amy? What do you think? There you go.
Okay.
I mean, because that's what you're doing.
Your next one?
Is, Mike Frilly did bring up something to me the other day when I was talking to him about this shooting range. We talked about the DRC and the animal shelter and all that. And he mentioned the old jail, that it's a historical jail. And maybe we can get some funds.
Gabe and Abby are looking into it.
Is it good? I just want to bring it up and we can discuss it, that,
Some
I
funds for
mean,
what?
you move the DRC to that place and get some funds to
refurbish it,
Yeah,
or
there you go.
rehabilitate it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. I wonder what we were doing with, I know we weren't giving tours. anymore.
I've been by it 1,000 times.
I can take you
I
in.
didn't really realize
And that's not.
and I see the little guy looking out at me every time I park. at the window. So, but I didn't really realize that the sheriff, there was no use there. And we could
And
probably use that.
it's a little rough.
Well, he said
It's a whole lot rough.
he said it was rough, but if we get, it's a historical site, right?
Hysterical.
Hysterical?
Hysterical.
It's part of the district.
So there's some question as to whether or not that is something that could be approved, and Abby actually sent an email about that, and I think either you or John, somebody probably wants to
Okay.
send your email.
All right, well, I need to look on my emails. I mean, sometimes.
I know Abby's listening. Abby, can you copy all of us when you send something like that, just so we can all see? You don't have to forward it.
I'd like to take a tour and see how rough it is.
We can go out there. I can meet him if you want.
Okay, I've
It's,
never been in there.
It's a cool building though.
it's cool, but rough.
Well, John, you've been in it. What's rough like?
Rough.
Rough.
No floors?
Now, there's floors.
There's floors. They're made out of dirt.
No, they're
The third floor is made out of dirt?
They're not.
And Lefty's right arm is hanging. Okay.
Left.
All right, so let's take a break for 5 minutes, guys.
Let's see.
I know that you needed to go.
Yes, I do.
When was the last time you went in?
Huh?
When was the last time you went in the jail?
3 or 4 years ago.
Last summer, I got in and I was working in our section, which is the second floor in the cells. And I moved a lot of county clerk's records over there so that they would be in the same place. I've got all of ours in the
Separated.
hallway. Well, I was working on it, so we can do some records management and destroy those records once they get approved.
It got approved. All we need to do is get the money.
Well, no, we haven't.
Go ahead.
No, this is separate. You have to get permission to destroy the specific records. I have to make a catalog of them. So then the third floor is all circuit clerk and Supreme Court. That's what's scary.
Yeah, it is.
And tax office.
And if they would fall in on you, you would
Yeah.
never get out.
Well, and there was one case, I took a picture where some of the banker boxes fell towards each other and made an arch. And I took a picture of it and got out of there and told somebody, no, they fixed it.
Okay.
Is Austin glad to be home, John?
Huh?
Is Austin glad to be home?
Let's put it this way. He's burned up the roads. Yesterday, he went to Wheeling to get some syrup from a lady that was in the house with him. I think the last day really wore a lot of people out.
Oh, wow.
They started at 9 in the morning and went to like midnight.
Mhm.
They had a couple of breaks, but nothing major. And I think the Senate went the whole time.
Yeah, and they went really late.
Well, they was all there till midnight. And I was watching it. Yeah, I didn't have, it was icky outside and didn't have hardly anything else to do, so.
Yeah.
I sat and watched it.
Mhm.
And it was, learned a lot, very interesting. But those guys really get put through a lot.
Yeah.
And all the rules and regulations that you follow, but Roger, the Speaker of the House,
Mhm.
he flies through everything where he's an auctioneer weekends. I mean,
Yep.
gone. The one gentleman who's a little bit older, he reads all the bills to everybody.
The clerk, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, please let Roger do it. It'd be so much
When you
faster.
get started and then they break in and they're like, we
Yeah,
dispense with the reading of the bill.
that's it. Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. They did pass that records management.
Well, Well, every day he comes in with a stack of papers like this. Cause I would watch him walk in and see the start. And when they broke out to go to
Was this
their
water here?
committees,
Bring
Yeah, I
this
brought
water.
that.
yeah, I would
Thank
look
you.
at the ones that were-
I didn't
I'm
think,
not-
And you could
I
flex
didn't think you
around to
heard me when
those,
I
so
said,
that was
hey, I'm
pretty
sitting
cool
this here,
too.
but.
I'm not the paper president here, so I'm gonna make sure it's fresh water.
Archives their footage. It's got out of something.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Good, well, I'm glad you enjoyed being crammed in that room with all those people. It's not quite
Lay your hand on me. Continue CVB financial discussions postponed from 3/12/21 and website review.
What's the website review?
That's where you had asked for them to.
I guess they go over what all they do. That's a website review. All right, I believe all this is done except for clear myself a little bit of property here. Yep. Come on down. You're the next contestant on The Price is Right.
These previous covenants?
This is the guidelines that we submit the grant under, understanding, so it does talk a little bit about.
Why it says something like that.
Yeah, so is there anything else that I need?
These are samples that go along with the covenant discussion. Abby made these for you. That's one they signed last, you all signed last fall.
Oh, okay.
And then she said this kind of tells why these specifications are in there.
All right, so this is the meeting for Thursday. Okay. You guys can pull out other chairs if you want to, or whatever.
And here's this levy order. I didn't know where it needed to.
Huh?
It needs to go with me.
Okay, I just let her know that.
You had to sign it. There's some more.
I don't think I have to.
Here, you want to put those down there with those?
Man, look at that, they're all over.
Don't you hate that?
Becky,
That's the only
Who's
thing my
gonna
belly can do anymore.
run
is
the show
put
up
finger
here?
drop.
or do you want me to do it? Or- Yeah, if you want to just direct me, or if you want to do it, it's whichever way works for you guys.
We're just really gonna go through what it is and what it does, and, yeah, we can.
Okay.
direct you.
It was pretty hot.
Hey,
Thank you, Becky. You have to go get my sweater.
Cold air breathing in here.
you got to remember, I'm a farmer. I'm used to hanging meat, you know.
You want to give
No,
that back
no,
to
this is here. This is for
This
you.
is my
Abby,
copy.
Abby
Okay,
brought
it's my
this.
copy.
Yeah, this is a covenant you all signed last year. It's the exact same covenant. for different SHPO grants. So she wanted you to see an
Okay.
example of it. And then this is what they send out. This is the guidelines for, explains why.
And just on Thursday, is that what this
No, we
is?
put that back on May 7th.
Okay,
Here, you me write May 7th on
Yeah,
there?
please.
Okay.
Actually brought food this time. I'm gonna leave this up.
Okay, sure. Allison, they should have given you a copy of this. Abby brought it down. It's a covenant that they signed last fall for a similar grant
Printed you one for the meeting later.
thank you, thank you.
and the guidelines that explain it.
So,
Man, I thought you just liked cake. Now I see you like cookies too.
oh, I love, and I love sugar cookies and I love strawberries. So I was like, OMG. Yeah, they're good. Although part of it fell off and I made a mess and Amy's like, so, because I was trying to eat and walk at the same time.
Okay, folks, we'll go ahead and get started. This is our 10 o'clock, even though we're a little behind, but you got an hour, Becky, so we're not going to push you. Continued CVB financial decision or discussion. It was postponed from 3/12/21 and website review. Becky, if you would, you can step up to the microphone so people can hear you in Zoom land. Make sure you introduce everyone that's with you, if everyone's with you. Or they,
So I am Becky Sullivan, and I went to New River Board CDB, which covers Fayette County.
okay, I can't hear you. If you want to dump that, cool.
Okay, so I'm Becky Sullivan with the New River Board CDB, representing Fayette County. With me is PJ Stevenson. She is the chair of the New River Board CDB board. Pat Schrader is with Digital Relativity. Lisa Schrader with Visit Southern West Virginia, which is a regional 9-county CDB. And Leslie Baker, who's the chair of her board.
Welcome, everybody. Okay, floor is yours.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm here under the understanding that we are doing a website review. It's not a proposed website, it is what's currently in place for the New River Board CBB. So it's my understanding that from last month, there was a proposed website that was focused on recreation. So I wanted to show you all what we have for the CBB that is a tourism-based recreational website funded by tax dollars through the CBB. So Amy's just gonna go through and show you. Pat is here.
Amy, are you going to do that, or was Pat going to drive the machine for us?
Well, we can do it this way, where I can give you the mouse and you can do it that way. I mean,
Pat, you want to come up and drive the machine, or
you don't even have to
Well,
sit there, you
actually-
can just take the mouse.
you can take the mouse
Well,
over
I
to
don't
the,
really think that's necessary unless you really want me to. I mean, you know, the website's available for anybody to go through. I do think that it is worth spending a little bit of time talking about the why, like, and how this website was built. And you know,
Amy, will you give him the mouse and let him, that way he can quickly go to what he wants to go to and.
yeah, okay. Long distance mouse.
I know.
So, you know, when you look at the website, you can see how this is laid out with, it's simplistic in the sense of the idea is to get people to the information that they're looking for. And this is based off of not what we think people want to find. This is based upon years, more than a decade's worth of analytics, feedback, and using tools such as heat maps, which actually show us how people interact with the website. And one of the things that always, I shouldn't say surprised me, but always found very interesting, you'll notice that cabins and vacation rentals are very common. That was because that was the predominant request, both via phone or email, but that was where people were navigating to on the website. So when we build these websites, the first thing that I think is worth pointing out, I'm gonna try and grab this corner. Ooh,
let's see. Just a little bit. Notice everything is built mobile first. Probably about 4 to 5 years ago is when we saw the flip between mobile and desktop traffic. And it's continued to grow more so on the mobile side, probably about 60%. Wow, or more now on the mobile side. So everything that we build starts mobile first. And so, you know, the way the mobile sites used to be built was you would literally have 2 sites running in tandem. Like you would maybe see like m.newrivergorgecdb.com, for example. And they were essentially 2 different websites. But now through advancements in the code that we can use to build these websites, it takes advantage of what's called a breakpoint. So like on your iPad or your phone, or depending upon what the resolution is on your screen, it's going to render the website to fit that breakpoint, if you will. So it's a term called responsive design. And you can see, and yet, forgive me guys, I'm not used to this. Well, let's try this. So if we go back, this is what you would see on a standard desktop version. But again, all the navigation is laid out based upon what the data has told us, years and years of it. And when we work through that particular stage of building a website, we use tools called mind maps, which, and forgive me, I had some things, I wasn't sure how we were going to do this, but if you just search for mind maps, you can find different tools that allow us to move content around in different ways. And then again, we use heat maps, which actually give us a visual representation of where it is that people are actually covering and clicking on the website. So again, you can see these are the things to meet the primary needs of the travelers that are considering coming to the New River Gorge area. Where do I stay? Where do I play? And how do I plan? And so all these different types of things are here. And then of course, you know, everybody wants to find out where to eat. So there's lots of different information to help people get the things that they're looking for. I know that trails is a big component of what the discussions have been in the past. And so, you know, all these things are represented. And in most cases, these are laid out in the order in which we have noticed that people are seeking information. The cabins and the vacation rentals is by far the most requested information.
What's on your plan and family?
Plan?
Mhm.
These are events, venues, and then the playlists. These were some pieces of content that were being developed pre-pandemic that were essentially road trips. And to help people, and it's really interesting because I feel like we were kind of ahead of the curve in the sense of what we have found through the research of post-pandemic travel is road trips, which I think is, it helps play into the part on the planning piece. The family, this was another huge component because we saw that the families were the ones that were really looking for additional information. And this is where we developed some characters and some simple family types of activities and things for the kids to do. And we had a really great response to this. And you know, it was one that we were like, oh, let's try it.
Yeah, and that actually, we boosted that and promoted it during the pandemic because it was at-home family fun.
Yes.
And we also have a coloring book with crayons in our office that goes along with that. So it says, you know, make sure you tell how to get the coloring book when you visit, when the time's right.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, the interesting part of that is like, okay, so we're marketing with coloring books. It's like, yeah.
Yeah.
We are.
Well, there gotta be coloring books.
But you know, one of the interesting components too that I think is really worth noting about, you know, how this website was built and why was the outcomes. And so I did pull a couple of numbers just to share with you. So in 2019, we saw almost 250,000 page views. So page view is literally when a page renders on the website. So that's somebody looking at a singular page. In 2020, you know, I know that when we were finding ourselves in the midst of what are we going to do now, like, you know, things were shutting down, reopening different times, we actually saw a pretty significant increase, just over 350,000 page views last year, which is incredibly encouraging, knowing that we had already had the foresight to build in some of the road trip types of things that we know that people are looking for. So far this year, 113,000 page views, so we're on pace to actually do more than last year as well. And the great thing too is that we're seeing almost 3 pages per session. So a session is anytime that you not log in, but you visit the website and you spend time searching around there. You know, the industry average is under, a page, because people a lot of times will go in and then they bounce right back out. So there's a lot of really encouraging things that we're seeing in how people are utilizing the website. So I know that there's probably some specific questions.
Well, I got a couple of questions, but I let Ms. Taylor
Go ahead, I'm still chewing.
When was this website built?
Let's see, I think that launched, this was 2020, wasn't it?
The new branding?
Yeah.
Might be.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, because I seen back here in your projects, it says new website. So this was the new website that you built.
Yeah.
In this list,
They did a rebranding.
yeah, rebranding and new
Yeah, that was in
website.
It was in 19, I think about May, June 19.
Okay, so 1920.
Yeah.
I went on it and looked at it. I've looked at it a little bit before. And on the trail, it's not correct. I want to find out, make sure this is new or old. Does Fayetteville pay extra for the 7.5%?
Fayetteville CDD is totally separate.
Yeah.
Fayetteville, Town of Fayetteville is totally separate.
So they don't pay the extra 7.5,
Fayetteville CDD gets funded by the Town of Fayetteville.
right?
And they pay 7.5%
Okay.
to visit, and the town pays 7.5%.
Okay, it's not on here is the reason I was
That's
asking.
not us. It's,
But they do pay it to the CVB,
Yes.
right? The Southern West Virginia Visitors Bureau,
they
or,
do participate. We're the
okay,
Town of
that's,
Fayetteville.
I was at, yeah, okay.
Yes.
And they, so they don't give the New
They are
River
not part of
CVB
us at all.
a dime then. Okay. So I was going on the website and looking, something that I was working on last year is, okay, can't answer that right now. I was looking at the trails on here. And I noticed that the town of Oak Hill gives New River CVB money,
Mhm.
and Anstead gives money, is that correct?
Yeah.
Well, I was looking for a trail that's listed on this website that was in Oak Hill or Anstead, and I didn't see any. Is there any on there?
Yeah.
Can you show them to me?
Back here.
Well, so Hawks Nest Rail Trail right there.
I didn't go low enough.
You can go on that.
I just made a fool out of myself.
It's all broken down by like what type of trails they are. So you've got.
Okay,
Golden Street, you've
okay.
got the bridge,
All right.
Natural Beauty. And then if you scroll down further, you can see the listings for each. And it'll map you to them. You can call them, you can go to their website.
Okay.
And that's the nice thing about mobile is you push a button and it does it directly.
Okay. All right, because I went to every one of them. I thought I went to every one of them in the top 3 columns.
Yeah.
And all of them
everybody's
was
got a listing.
Fayetteville, all of them was Fayetteville, Middleburg, and Thurman.
While I'm thinking about it, I want to tell you that one of my Air Force buddies sent me a message on Facebook because he's been seeing all my reposts about our businesses and things. And
Mhm.
he sent me a message saying he's going to try to come visit in May, and he had gone to the CVB for information
Oh,
for
good.
his trip. So I was pleased
That's
that
the
he
way to
was
do
able to
it.
find it so easily,
Yeah.
because I didn't tell him where to look because he hadn't told me he was coming yet. He just said he was generally going to come down at some point, but.
Yeah, I mean, our phone calls are up, our website traffic, so I had Jordan check this morning, and our page views from last year to today are up 478%.
I got a couple more questions. Does, the next question was, does a town or a municipality have to contribute in order to be on this website?
That's a better question.
If,
I'm the tech guy.
yeah, so we represent all of Fayette County.
Mhm.
If you are a lodging property, your municipality or county has to contribute to the CDB.
Okay, what about, so basically you just answered, yes, they have to contribute
Yes,
in order to be on this website.
yes.
Okay, so,
Okay, the dining restaurant, the restaurants here in Fayetteville are on this website.
Right.
They're not lodging.
Right.
So we are totally funded by the lodging tax.
right,
So if, the town of Anstead gives us 50% of their hotel motel tax,
Mhm.
we represent all lodging properties in the town of Anstead.
right. So
That's right.
any other part of the county that does not contribute will not be on this Fayette County website or New River City. Yes, ma'am.
Only for lodging though.
Right,
Only
only
lodging.
for lodging, right,
Yes.
Yep.
right.
I just want to make sure that.
Okay, so
Yeah.
in other words, Smithers, Montgomery, do they have trails on here?
Do they have trails
Well,
on here?
Yeah.
Which trails would they be?
They do have a couple trails.
We have Canal Falls on here. We have a blog dedicated to them. We have a scenic drive dedicated to them. Glen Ferris Industries, so they are now back on because they are Fayette County.
Yeah, there isn't really lodging. There may be Airbnbs at some point down there,
But
but
it has to be lodging, it has to be lodging around the area before anything else is put in here, correct?
No, any tourism-based business can be on this website in Fayette County. Any tourism-based business can be on the website and represented by the CGB. If it is not tied to lodging,
If it's not tied to lodging.
unless they pay the tax.
Is it, okay, so they have to pay for it then? Do they have to pay? I'm trying to find out all the
if
details.
they're collecting the hotel motel tax in those municipalities and they want those organizations to be listed or those like Airbnbs or whatever, then they would have to pay their percentage
Right.
under the code.
Right,
But I don't know if they have Airbnbs down there yet, but other than Glen
Okay, I
Ferris,
just-
and Glen Ferris falls under
the
us.
extra money has to be paid before they're in lodging, but all of the other activities that may not be on this site, would they have to pay to be on the site?
No,
No, there's no
No.
membership fee.
Okay, so it's free then.
it's only the lodging.
So if somebody
We just have to
comes,
know about it.
okay,
They
you
can
just
send
have to
us a
know about
listing and they can send us listings, photos, descriptions, contact information, anything that they would want to display on the website, yes.
they could ask you to
They can just
display it, and you
email it to
would.
me or Jordan and we'll put it on there
Okay. Okay.
instantaneously.
Instantaneous.
What else,
As soon as we get the info, it's on there.
what else can or cannot be put on there as far as recreation? It-
Nothing.
Nothing?
No, I mean, we can list anything that is going to bring a visitor to Fayette County and put heads in our beds. So if it's something that's going to attract a tourist from Ohio, Colorado, if it's tourism based, we will put it on our website.
Fishing, hunting?
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah, I saw a thing up there on the drop down for that.
okay.
That was-
So we have some of those types of things. But, you know, just to further that point, I mean, I think that this website is always a work in progress, always. And it's always a collaborative effort with all of the folks that are interested in the economy here in Fayette County. And to Becky's point, just to reiterate, I mean, it's like, as long as she knows about what some of these assets are that you or others would like to see represented on this website.
Okay,
Yeah, I mean, anytime if you're on this website and you're looking for something, just like you were looking for Anstead or the White Oak Rail Trail, or somebody from Oak Hill would have called and said, hey, I don't see this on the website, can you list it or show me where it is? We'd be happy to do that anytime,
Okay.
because, I mean, it can be done the same day.
okay.
And if I could just make, I'm sorry, did you have any other questions?
Well, it's financial questions. Go ahead.
Okay, if I could just make another point, just on
Go
the
ahead.
website, that I think, you know, I've heard the comments about, you know, moving things towards the digital side of things. And I think that, you know, and this precedes even Becky's tenure there, but having worked with the New York CBB for almost 2 decades, we have spent almost 2 decades working to take advantage of those digital opportunities that are in front of us. And so like the SEO benefits of adding your business or a lodging property to this website automatically is boosted because of the longevity and the the way in which, let's be honest, Google is kind of the de facto, it's the biggest media company in the world. And those types of things, it becomes what's called a hub and a spoke. And so this being the hub, and all the individual businesses across the county benefit from being spoked out and being linked out from this website. And we actually even have ways that we can track those outbound links. So, you know, if, like, let's say the Glen Ferris Inn, if they're looking at their analytics, Google Analytics, they can see the traffic that is coming from here so that everybody can see those benefits, and we're able to actually track them. And I thought that I pulled this number last night because I thought it was pretty impressive that, you know, we've seen since the ability to what's called a click event, which is how we track those things, we've seen almost 250,000 outbound clicks to tourism-based businesses as a result of being on this website. So, just wanted to.
So if the county, let's say if the county does this map or whatever, I don't know what we're gonna do really. Let's say this county does this map, can you link?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up because I know that we didn't really get a chance to kind of really dive into that in the last conversation. And I did a little homework, and that's the service that you're utilizing for that is called Atlas. Yeah. And so did a little research on that, and it's actually the technology that runs the engine, if you will, that runs the mapping component is, I believe it's called Mapbox. Don't quote me on that because I'm not the guy that's actually in there doing the code, but we've worked with those mapping engines before. And the way that those things work, they all have what's called an embed code, which is literally just a little chunk of code that we can place right on the website. So if you say add a waterfall to a trail somewhere, Becky would not have to do anything to her website. It would just automatically filter that in there from any changes that you made from your iPad or whatever the case may be. So we can absolutely take that code, place it on this website, and they live in two different places, but to the average visitor and user, you would never know.
Right. Right. I understood that. I just wanted to make sure you could do that.
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
would, okay.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Well, I guess that may sum up. I don't have any financial questions now. So my big deal was if the county does this map,
Sure.
can you utilize it the way?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have, hot off the press, we just got our 2020 annual report. So I'm gonna go ahead and give these to you all. I can also send you a digital form. This is from 2020. The main thing that sticks out to me is our visitor bag requests were down, and that's because of 2020. People weren't planning vacations. So we did have a lot of digital guide, emailed, I guess you would say. So that's the only thing that really stands out to me about 2020, but that is the information in the annual report 2020, and I can email you the digital copy as well.
Pat, I had one last question.
Yeah, absolutely.
How many states actually hit the website? If you look at the number of states, you know, there's 50 of them.
Yeah.
How many actually hit the
I mean, I can
website?
pull that up. I mean, I can, depending on what the time frame is that you're considering, but I mean, I can assure you that over the course of the years, we've had traffic from every website. But, you know, there's actually a tool, and this is more related to just the marketing, overall marketing for both the CBBs that we use. It's called a ride list. And it actually allows us to see, this is primarily based upon the digital advertising that's used, and this is going to sound like you need a tinfoil hat, okay? But it can tell us when somebody saw an ad and where they were, and then it actually shows us where they showed up in West Virginia. And so, I mean, and that's where I could pull up a map for you, and you can just see these blue dots, which represent an exposure. And, you know, I've been working in tourism for 20 plus years, and, you know, we have our core states, right? You see Pennsylvania, Ohio, you know, all these different types of things. And it always blew my mind to see where people were interacting with content based upon the advertising related to West Virginia. So we can see the place, but I mean, if you would like a specific list, we can pull from Google Analytics. It's a report that can just be kicked out very quickly. That can show you exactly how many people have visited the website and what state they're from. We can even get as granular as metro areas if you wanted to see that. I mean, there's lots of ways that you can drill down.
So we call you Big Brother.
Not me. I'm just the middleman, right?
So you have a return, you know what your return is on what you advertise then.
Well, and so that's a good question, because that's always been, you know, especially in travel and tourism related to CDBs and even our work with the West Virginia Tourism Office. Those types of things are really challenging because you can't map it one-to-one, because Becky is not transacting anything, right? So like her marketing efforts are bringing people to your businesses. She's not actually transacting.
So it's not targeting certain areas.
Oh, no, it absolutely is targeting areas, but I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood your question. I thought you were asking, like, can you tell me how much money was made from spending $5 on this ad? Which, you know, obviously comes back to looking at the tax, hotel motel tax and those types of things. But, you know, when we place any type of advertising, yeah, we're not just praying and spraying. We have abilities to target. If you tell me that you would like to find a 54-year-old man in Ohio that has a golden retriever and bought 3 soccer balls yesterday, I can find him. I mean, we have that level of granularity in how we can target. Now, again, we're talking about advertising, not necessarily just the website.
Right, well, yeah.
I can, or our.
I do a lot of on the Facebook stuff.
Sure.
Yeah.
I did it all myself before, and you can pick
Yeah.
ranges of how much somebody makes, and you can target certain areas, and all kinds of things you can do.
Yeah.
So,
And for a CDB, like our return on investment is how many guide requested we get, how many visitor guides go out the door, where are they going to? So in this annual report, you'll see our top states for requests are Ohio, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Virginia, North Carolina, and Maryland. And that varies a little bit year to year, but it stays pretty much the same.
so do you target advertising in that area for your website, or is it brochures? Is it catalogs? Is it?
In terms of what's trying to be promoted.
How do they get to the site?
Oh, well, so that's, you know, there's lots of different ways that people can get to the website. The primary way being organic traffic, meaning somebody went to Google and searched for New River Gorge, or whatever the case may be. That's always going to be our number one. And
So you don't do, I really, and I'm not trying to interrupt you. The New River CVB, you know, I look over income statements and stuff. That's my big thing.
Yeah.
And the Southern West Virginias, or visit Southern West Virginias, I really like how it's put together. The reason I asked that question is they've got a dedicated amount that they spend just on e-marketing, but this one just lumps it all together.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious how much is spent, and you know, I'm just asking financial questions.
Yeah. Well, and forgive me for, I don't have that like right. I mean, we can pull back, but yeah, we are placing digital ads in the ways that you were just describing, but also through other tools, with the primary purpose of driving them to the website. Yeah, we do want them to request a travel guide, but less and less people are doing that. You know, this trend, when Becky referred to the travel guide request being down, that's a common theme across all, because people are traveling in much different ways and they're using very different tools to do it. Now, there's still lots of folks that really like to have that piece of paper in their hand, and that's never going to change. But one of the big things too, that one of the first interactions that you want with somebody that may not be familiar with this area is you want to capture their attention. You want to give them a reason to learn more about why they should come here. So, you know, we look at different things about, like, if somebody comes in from an ad, and let's say it's called a bounce, they just come in, they go straight back out. We spend a lot of time looking at why. What do we need to do better? What's missing on this particular page? A lot, you know, we use landing pages most of the time that are dedicated to driving a very specific action. So we're not just sending people to the homepage and saying, we hope you find what you want.
Yeah.
So, like, let's say, for example, if we're targeting a family, we're gonna send them to some family-related content. Or if we're, targeting somebody that may be interested in paddling or mountain biking, we're gonna send them to that very specific type of content instead of just, again, sending them to a homepage and hoping that they find the information.
How are we targeting outside of those states? Because I just compared the states from the other, the Visitors Bureau guide that you gave me in here and the new one, and they're slightly different.
The target markets the targets are changing this year because of the national park status. So we're watching our Google Analytics and working with digital relativity. And then when we get the state co-op opportunity, we'll take a look at the different, because you can choose your markets within. And then we're doing, a little bit of print, but a whole lot of digital. So the e-marketing, our advertising is mostly digital. You'll see that line item that says
Well, yours does.
advertising. It just says advertising.
Yes, yeah, just, yeah.
Yeah,
Because
so then
advertise,
there's
that's
a
what,
line for advertising, and then there's a line for, like partnership. So that is us spending money on advertising.
Well, the partnership is probably the money you're paying Southern West Virginia, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what I thought. That was another question I had, so I was just curious about that. So the advertising all lumped in something is even the website development.
That is our, everything that we do with digital relativity and outside, anything that's with state tourism or any other, I get all kinds of emails from opportunities to do things outside of what we've already planned.
Right. Okay. So is there ever, and this is something that maybe, looking at these financial statements, let's say, it averaged from 285,000 to 300,000, 325,000.
In hotel motel.
Yeah, well, not only hotel motel, even, what's a tax partner? Is that where they pay the 7.5%?
Shared,
The
yeah,
shares,
that's the shared
okay.
partnership from all three.
Okay, I thought it was, but I wasn't for sure.
Yeah.
So all that revenue, if it jumps up to 500,000, I'm just curious. Sometimes you can spend, do you know the occupancy rate on the weekends, what it is each season? Is it like 90% occupancy rate? Do you have any,
In
can you
Fayette
figure,
County?
can you figure that out?
There's a report that we can get, I don't have access to it right now, so I can get.
Okay, I was just curious.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
So I on PJ, I used to be the marketing director for the on the board for 10 years also. And I can tell you just from my experience there and then in my current position with the software company that I work for, that for the major destinations like you mentioned on the board, Ace, Rivers, and some of those larger cabin rentals as well. During the summer, Memorial Day, all the way through the end of Valley season, so through Bridge Day, on the weekends, it's besides camping, so we're talking cabins alone, it's more than 95% occupancy.
That's
For sure.
right. And I figured that.
It's different. And then the better, if your place has a kitchen and a hot tub, you're sold out, you've been sold out for this entire summer since sometime in February.
Right. And I figured that too, but I needed somebody to maybe verify.
Yeah, and the nice thing about our partnership with Visit Southern West Virginia is every week they do a lodging report, and every week they email that lodging report out to everybody, and it shows you a breakdown of each county, and Fayette County is always looking good.
Yeah, and I remember seeing that when we had the Rafting Company. I remember
Yeah,
seeing that.
Yeah, they still do that, they do it
Yeah.
every week, they have somebody designated to call everybody and get the
So
lodging
that-
for the upcoming weekend.
That's one of my next questions is there ever a point where, let's say that there's $500,000 in revenue from hotel, motel, and all this other stuff. Is there a point to spending the money or is it basically it's a waste of money? If you're already at 95% at that certain period, is there ever a point that you shouldn't spend the money because it's basically a waste anyway on advertisement?
No, I think
don't
the
think
money
so?
would be dedicated solely to advertising.
So in other words,
County.
so even if you're at 95%,
What do you mean at 95%?
well, the occupancy rate on the weekends.
But we still can bring people here, we'll still bring them here, we can put them in campgrounds, RV sites,
Okay.
and spread the love.
So me and my girlfriend, we don't want to stay in the campsite.
If you don't want to stay in the
There's no place to stay, and I can't get her to stay in the
There's
campsite.
gonna be something. There's gonna be something.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm the same way, I gotta have.
My place is available.
So, I'd ask that, now, the 40%, I had another question about the 40% advertising, 40% labor or wages, and then 20% other.
That's the breakdown we are required to adhere to every year. That is our CBB standard, it is our accreditation standard, and now the legislation has passed that is the rule all CBBs will follow. 40, 40, 20, yes.
Now, what's the defined 40, 40, 20? Is there definitions for what the 40, 40, 20 is? What it can be used on, what the labor can be used on, what the other can be used on?
Lisa?
No, they actually, the 40%, and actually it doesn't, like with our organization, 2020 is going to be an anomaly just because of the travel trends and the people being open to seeing travel advertising, but typically we spend about 50 to 60% on advertising. But so that 40% is your baseline. You have to spend 40% on marketing and advertising. I do think though that will be defined. That bill is just brand new, and there has been some talk about defining that. The other 40% for payroll does include your payroll, your benefits, things of that nature. So if your organization offers insurance, if they offer, whatever, dental, retirement, all those things would be under that other 40%. And then your 20% is just your office, your phones, your upkeep of your building, things of that. So
If the CVB wanted to, well, it could be any labor that you demand or require for your organization. Is that correct?
I would say yes. I mean, we have.
It wouldn't have to be somebody writing up a script or somebody.
Oh, no.
It could be whatever you deem that labor.
Yeah, I think it'd be whatever we deem necessary.
Necessary.
Necessary to fulfill our mission, that we, to do our advertising, to do our distribution, to answer our phones, to work our welcome desk and things of that nature. The only other labor that we would have outside of that type of thing is if we had to hire some labor for physical, our building.
Okay, usually codes and everything, not the legislature, but there's still no definition of it. I mean, that's really weird to me, because everything we do has a certain category or certain, only certain things we can spend it on, and that's it. So, I mean, but anyway.
Well, and I will tell you, just to back up a little bit, we do subscribe to, it's called the STR report, as we just call it STAR. That gives us a monthly breakdown of the occupancy rates in Fayette County. The thing is, it's only people who, report. Yeah, it's only people who report. So mostly it's hotels. I mean, in Fayette County, obviously, we do have Glen Ferris, Hawks Nest, some of those other things other than chain hotels, do report, but most of the smaller individually owned cabins don't, and they don't have to. But it does give us a base. It kind of gives us a good feel of how things are going. And then on top of our lodging report, our hotels, Fayette and Raleigh, they have not rebounded completely. The hotel industry is still on a little bit of a struggle bus. But then you've got the cabins that are in great demand. So like you said, your girlfriend doesn't want it. She probably would love the cabins.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how everybody feels right now. They're looking for those like private getaways. So even though we have success stories on this side, we still have industries that need a lot of help on this side. And we have to keep that in mind.
Okay. And the reason I asked about if you got $500,000, if you still spend it the same way when you're 95%. I know down at the store right now, I've got more business than I can handle. And
Are you wanting to hire somebody else? I
well,
would love to hire another person.
Okay. So, but I mean, I don't need to spend any more money on advertising. What I'm getting at.
Right.
If I spend any more, to me, it would be a waste of money. If I'm producing everything, in fact, my weekday business is as good as my Friday and Saturday and Sunday business. And it's usually there's certain days you should be busier, but when you're flatlining straight across, you can't get any more business because you can't do any more. You can't produce anymore. So, yes, ma'am.
And just because they're so high in the occupancy rate for their cabins and their lodging, it doesn't mean that that's the same story for the activities. So even though they aren't paying that hotel motel tax, they're still paying sales tax to the state.
No,
And we're still getting all that revenue. So, we wouldn't want to cut off the hand that feeds us.
I'm just saying if there's extra money and you can't fit any more people into an area, I'm getting that. I guess I look at stuff too much financially. If you can't fit any more people into a certain area, no matter how much advertisement you do, you can only fit so many people in on lodging, so many people in on, maybe not the activities. But I know even rafting companies have a certain amount of numbers they can and can't take, and they're restricted. They got to
If
think.
they hit those numbers ever, they would be so excited to have that problem.
Well, I know they used to hit them. They used to hit them, but I mean, they complain about it being over full, and restricting the license. But anyway.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, so I mean, that's why I asked that
I
question.
think that's a good problem, and, with the natural park status, the new trail development, we're riding the coattails of something good here in Fayette County, and, I think the CBD is pretty vital to increasing the tourism and the economic base for Fayette County.
Yeah, we was talking to Abby. I mean, I met with, I think Abby, she's probably still on here, and Jean, and they was talking about developing more stuff around the plateau area, and I don't have a problem with it. Like I was telling her, I said, where are they going to stay? If you got more activities here, and you don't have the lodging, where are they going to stay? And she was talking about shipping them to,
You want to open up a hotel?
No. And, but, and she said it will do something down at the park. And I said, well, that's what I'd like to do. But still, there's a point where you can only, I've done spoke on it, but I mean, there's a point that you're what you're spending, if you can't get any more return out of it, unless you branch out to other areas of the county and develop other areas of the county, it's not gonna work. You can only fit so many people in so many rooms. So, but anyway.
Where were you were saying you're going to revamp some of the targeting for tourism?
I've only been in this position since 2019, so I've done a couple of new things. State tourism is doing. Let's see, first we just finished up an ad with Hatfield McCoy CBD, Mercer County CBD, me into Southern West Virginia. We all go off an ad, and then we're doing Recreation News and Compass, Ohio. So those are still kind of our surrounding states. So we've got Recreation News as the DC, Baltimore area, and the Compass, Ohio market. So we are looking at watching what's happening with our analytics in our website traffic. But for some reason, I was thinking like Michigan, Missouri, those areas are starting to stick out a little bit more, and New York. So we're going to try.
New York was on the list from 2000, I guess 18's data. Yeah. So I was thinking more in terms of maybe the other national parks that are close, Smoky Mountains in particular. Because there are people, their
That's where I'm
thing
going
is
next
they want to
weekend.
see every single one. That's what?
I'm going there next week.
Are you?
Yeah.
Do you mean like focusing on Tennessee, or people that are interested in Smoky Mountains and
Partnering,
attracting them?
yeah, attracting them here,
Yeah.
trying to figure out ways to, because there are those people who park hop, like they want to check all the national parks off their list.
Yeah.
So, I think it'd probably be a good idea to look at our ones that are drivable and, focus there. And even the other ones, like people have similar, there's a whole group of people out in, as PJ can tell you, out in Washington State and White Salmon that come here. There are people who, from Arizona, the people, all the rafting community and the climbers from Colorado all come here, Utah. Those are the types of people who do the kinds of things we offer here, and you may want to, if they haven't heard through their communities, which you probably have, but it may be worth targeting them, or maybe trying to target a broader audience and not just them, because as you say in this one of these stats, that hiking is one of the major things, state national parks, so that would tend to support partnering with other national parks or trying to figure out how we can get on that train. And then the historic sites, of course, I've always been here, but then hiking, just about everybody, and out west is a big hiker, big those communities anyway. They're large communities of hikers. But I was just thinking, you know, we do tend to have all these regional people here, but there are other people who are willing to travel, and especially with the, you know, airlines opening back up and things like that, and the vaccines.
And that's the nice thing about the digital advertising, is we can pick and choose and we can spread it out as far as we want to.
I'd be interested to see, I mean, even with an experiment, you know, if you tried a couple of things just to see, okay, well, are we getting any bites off of this? You know, where, you know, you have communities like up in Vermont, you know where they are. They're in, you know, the Northwest and Utah, and there's just a lot of really active people in those states. It's culturally a thing, and Vermont's the same way. So it might be worth just trying to, you know, test the waters a little bit, see if we get any bites off of that stuff. I mean, you know, and in I know in Montana and stuff, you know, the fishing communities and the hunting communities in the West are also going to be interested in hunting and stuff like that here.
We will have a new vendor's guide come out, it's going to print next week, and we'll have it by the 1st of May. So this will have a little section in there about hunting, rock climbing, trails, and like we saw last year, all kinds of people coming here to just hike. And it was more of the flatland people. People that weren't used to the hills out there, on the hiking trails and things, and we saw all kinds of stuff last year. So I think it's going to be a different tourism year for this area.
Interesting.
So before I leave today, is there anything else CDD related that I can answer for you?
I had a lot of other questions, but I just, you know, you answered some that was, I thought was pretty good, so I'm not gonna.
Okay, I think with the rock park, the bicycle trails, thank you. The side-by-sides and four-wheeler courses, I guess is what they're called, or trails being set up. A new national park, state parks in our vicinity of Hawks Nest and Babcock. A new drive-in movie theater, more on that to come soon. And our medical marijuana, we got a lot to offer.
We just need some more lodging. Just need some more lodging.
But I think that
The RV park.
Cabins and, I don't know what else to call them, but like safari tent, like fancy glamping, hard roof, soft sides. There's a lot of units going in right now.
Is that across the river? Is that across the river? Yeah.
Not all in the same spot though.
Okay.
Yeah.
so there's a lot of good things that's happening in our area. And we just need to keep on pushing. I know there's going to be some new aeronautics courses being taught over at the airport in Raleigh County. And we'll be one of the first areas to have that. Being in Pittsburgh, working for several years, I mean, you had Aeronautics Technical Institute at the airport, and they graduated a lot of folks. So if we could just get that working in our area, along with some other things that'll be coming in. There's a 4-county market area that's Nicholas, ourselves, Summers, and Raleigh, that every county's got something happening in it. And it's going to be great. So I just want to see more advertising going out. I'd love to know how many different states looks at the website. So if you can get that to Becky, she'll holler at me and tell me.
Sure. Yeah, we can have that to you within an hour after.
Before I had to abruptly leave work, I was in Logan and Williamson, and I'd see cars from New York, New Jersey, all pulling 4x4s and side-by-sides, coming in for the weekend. Talked to one guy from New York, and he says that there's like 15 of them that plan to come down. They take their vacations together and spend 2 weeks down riding trails. So if we can get that here, and if we can get our B&Bs and other vacation rental properties reporting correctly, we'll be even that much better. So, Tom, anything else?
No.
Allison?
How does it work for Southern West Virginia when you're listing like dining and things like that? Is it people who ask to advertise or pay to advertise or?
Because we do 79 counties, we are membership.
Okay.
So they do join our membership. We seek members, and we have a lot of people call and just when they hear a book or a website.
My favorite wasn't on there, so I was like. Padrinos. It might be too small, but it's my favorite pizza area now that Frank's is not Frank's anymore.
Okay, well, thank you all for coming in. We appreciate it.
This was really helpful. Pat, thanks for coming in and explaining all the metrics and the stuff to us, the capability of gathering those. Yeah, shiny side up.
Yeah, shiny side up.
So we told them when they called the bureau.
Oh, explain to her about the every year for the memorial building and parking.
Oh, yeah, we went ahead and even though your application for the for this year's Bridge Day mainly mentioned this year, we went ahead and approved it annually.
Okay, thank you. And we'll put that now for today. I have this, and I don't know if you want to share it with Anthony and talk about, remember we talked about our last meeting about adding the voucher?
Yes, and we do have to do the
I was going to, but I didn't want to.
open meetings.
Okay,
Act
well,
stuff.
we post them, and so we want to post them, it's a Fayette County Chamber of Commerce
Mhm.
sanctioned event. Here's the code.
What?
I printed all of this.
Yeah, text it to me again. I mean,
And
I
then I
have
also
it.
printed, I need to
Thank
get the waiver or the permit from NPS, so we've started drafting COVID waivers. So
Mhm.
if you all can
Okay.
share with them that stuff.
Yeah,
You
I'm
can
gonna
have
get
all of
copies
this.
and we'll both look
You
at
can have
them.
all this, that's all yours.
All right.
And so, okay, thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Okay, guys, we've got 5 minutes. If you'd like to take a break.
I'd like a break, but at some point I want to discuss more meeting agenda issues because I have a,
Are we going to
List.
executive session 11? Is that what it is?
No, we have Matt Ford at 11.
That's right. I'm sorry.
Okay.
11:30.
And then 11:30 we go into executive
Okay, I'm
sessions
sorry.
for the rest of the day.
I have not seen them. I don't know.
Did you sign the settlement sheet?
He had it.
yeah,
Yes.
Are you coming outside?
yeah. I've got a list of stuff for us to, I don't want to bring up. To either tell you about or get on the agenda.
How are you doing, sir?
Not too bad.
I'm gonna make it-
Text. It's basically the same covenant.
Yeah,
The only difference is the new one says 15 years and the old one says 10
I
years.
wonder what that term changed.
Moving pretty easy today.
But it occurred to me while I was sitting up here, I was like, I'll bet that we've already obligated ourselves or submitted ourselves to those terms at some
Yep.
point since we keep applying for these same grants.
Yeah.
But this is the code that created the Bridge Day Commission and stuff, so I was just trying to copy it. And we've got a COVID agreement that we have to enter into. Touch service or what yet, I haven't read it yet, but. I'll do that.
You have any fish in your pond?
Oh, yeah. I don't know if you believe what everybody says, the otter is eating them all.
I
Was hiking on Christmas Day. There was an otter swimming around in one of them.
you had that picture on there and I said, man, that is just pretty.
I'm happy with it.
Sat there, no shoes on, pair of shorts and
Yep.
pipe and just sat there and fish.
That's my happy place.
Catch and release.
I'm eating some of the bluegill.
Bluegill's easy because the birds land in the water and they just transport the eggs and they land in your, there they are. You got your bluegills.
Well, I caught bass and bluegill when I first summer after the ponds were built. I got from southern states.
Usually they have
They
those.
call them shell crackers, red-eared sunfish, I think maybe. And I put some of those in there. They must have all died because I had never caught one of those. But put largemouth and bluegill in there.
Well, this year they went to Plum Orchard and got rid of all the lily pads because the lily pads was taken over the lake. Dredged them all up. Of course, they'll be back next year.
It'll be an ongoing battle. Oh, mercy.
Our dilapidated homes will be on the 7th of May.
We're not doing that today?
No,
Okay.
because we're only going to have like 3 minutes. That wouldn't have done it justice.
Do we have the positions filled for the committee?
Everything except for one person, that was Tim Richardson. So we need a fire chief.
Okay. And where the ordinance is written, it says any fire chief in the county.
There's a bunch, yeah, there's a ton of them in the county. So we just need to find one
That's willing to do it.
that would be willing to do it.
One interesting thing, the way I read the ordinance, if he refuses to voluntarily comply, we have to go to court to get a court order to be able to go on their property. And to be honest with you, I kind of like that better. I'd feel better walking onto somebody else's property with a bulldozer behind me if I had a court order in my hand.
You know what? Some of those movies where people were protecting trees and stuff on parks, it just popped in my head.
Not to mention the fact, obviously, you're basically getting the court's blessing ahead of time before you demolish a building.
And watching it go down, you just say, man, I wish I was on that bulldozer.
But as a practical matter, I mean, the county doesn't have money to foot the bill.
Working on that part.
Okay.
There was a new bill passed by the House and Senate that we can get money for each dilapidated structure we want to take down.
Oh, wow.
All we have to do is send,
Zombie house.
Huh?
The zombie house.
yeah, the
and
zombie
everything.
house bill.
One of the other things, the statute that authorizes the process it's worded fairly broadly and fairly vaguely. And in terms of granting the county commission authority, and one of the things that we may want to look into, for example, Smithers adopted this ordinance. I know Oak Hill has it, but basically they have a ordinance that prohibits structures from being vacant.
You have
And
to pay.
you have to register, the building,
We should have that in the county
and
too.
then each successive year, you have to pay a fee if the building remains vacant, and each successive year, that fee goes up. Smithers basically had an ordinance that if you had a dilapidated building, and didn't deal with it, you could be issued a citation. And, the idea was to put financial
Here
pressure
comes right out in front of me.
people
So did the coffee
to
drawer.
compel them to deal with the problem rather
So this is,
than just
Stephanie
ahead and
Vinegar
saying
and
more.
I found that gift.
I think that would be, that needs to be done because we have so many
I felt like,
that's just fallen down or just left there. I I think it would help.
Well, the problem
Greatly.
is, nobody wants to spend money on stuff like that because it's.
Mm-hmm.
So these are just the members. She's printed
See,
out
that's
the
like East End School.
legislation.
I bet you somebody's
These are
paying
the
for that
waivers
through the
we ask
nose.
People to sign. They're gonna
Yes.
participate either as a vendor, she's written them on here.
We keep
COVID
I keep sending
What do I have to sign
the
if I jump off
uh,
the bridge?
This one.
dilapidated housing people out there to look at it.
This
We're
one
back on.
actually. And
Who
if you
bought
wanna
the old
jump
Exxon?
Off the bridge, you also. have to-
Nobody, when we threatened to tear it
I don't know why
down,
they're two separate ones.
he decided he'd fix it up.
You still go to the council
I'm gonna look
meetings?
for them too, just so I know.
no, not, I haven't. They had one last night. They've been going too long, man. They were there till 11 o'clock, the meeting before last.
It's cause Dave got on there.
You didn't hear me say that, John.
No, I
Okay,
didn't hear
so-
you say it, but I'll say it for you.
I have a couple of things I want to bring to your all's attention here. That's not-
We still on?
Huh?
We're still on, I believe.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
It
It's
was
all,
Just 1 second. Hello? Hey, Jerry.
Anthony, you got a chance to send those letters yet to those?
Yes, I have. It was done last week sometime.
Okay, just asking. They've already called. One
Oh,
has already been
140,
called,
okay,
wanting to know
cool.
when they can sell the house.
Thank you. Yeah, that's great.
We're like,
Unbelievable.
not
Okay.
yet.
so one of the things is, you've probably read about that Ascend money that was awarded to Lewisburg and a couple of other communities.
Jefferson
Yeah. it's like-
and Morgantown.
They're doing it by city. And somebody mentioned to me, and I don't know if that person's in the know or not, that we may be considered, but that when I say we, I say town of Fayetteville, maybe the next round. This kind of goes to the point you were making about housing and stuff. Basically, they pay people $12,000 to relocate and give them a year's worth of free access to certain things to relocate to certain areas. Well, here, the town of Fayetteville is out of housing. I mean, I certainly invite Sharon to weigh in on that, but I feel like if I feel like we need to reach out through our contacts and maybe try to figure out if they would be willing to award it to county level instead of, just one municipality in the county, since we're trying to develop the whole area. And we have the places that we have for housing are outside of town limits, like the majority of them. There may be a few homes that come up here and there, but
Yeah.
anyway, so there was that. I copied you guys on an email that I sent about this LEPC commission that I'm on, the local emergency planning committee. And it's a mess. I mean, it was formed in 1987. Amy sent me some information on it. We have a huge number of members. A quorum is 9 members. That's how many members are on it. I think it's over interpretation of the code. But I sent an email to the guy at the state office who hasn't emailed me back yet to ask if it's possible for counties to consolidate these, because the scope is limited to hazardous material transportation and reporting and management, and to no other emergency planning. So it seems to be an awful lot for an issue that is so limited. It's an EPA thing. If that explains, it should explain everything if you know the EPA. The organizations that can't get stuff done in Washington beat up on the states. And we have this because of EPA regulations. But I asked a question if we couldn't partner with other counties and have a committee like this, because say we have 19 coming through here. So if there were a spill on 19, we have, Nicholas and Raleigh as a part of it or whatever. But I asked that question just because it seems like an awful lot for smaller counties to have to try to pull together. And Terry Harlan's not interested in being the director of that anymore. And frankly, nor am I. I think it's a very limited scope thing that should be for regions and not counties. Whoever, and you quote me at the state level, but whoever came up with the idea that every county should have one was not thinking it through, because that's a big piece of mission, for a small county to do. I don't know what that one means now. I need to put more notes in here. I had an idea about Amy writing up press releases after each of our meetings. I think we ought to do that and then
Can we-
sending it through us.
Is that the last thing, or can we cover it afterwards, because we're short on time?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
I have one
Sorry.
more to tell Tom so he can chew on it. Can I tell him that? And then I want to tell you all about the jail bill meeting I attended, but
There's nothing to.
the URA is considering charging for commercial permits to use the Wolf Creek trails. I just wanted to let you know that.
That's the first thing.
Oh, I should have brought you. We'll talk about that later.
Okay, well, I just wanted to let you know it's under consideration because I'm doing a trail riding class and the guy said we may have to apply for a permit and Abby said it was under consideration by the URA.
Okay, let's get this thing back to order. I thought Matt Ford was appearing in front of us.
He's on the phone. Hang on, let me get him unmuted. We got Matt Ford, Roger Kennedy, and Bill Hines.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Can now, go ahead.
Awesome. So I appreciate the opportunity to provide an update and make some requests on behalf of the Meadow River Rail Trail project. During the last update, we discussed the need for the approximately $288,000 to be in the DOH account before they would bid the Russellville Bridge replacement project. I don't recall if it was before or after the commission meeting that I found out that the state actually has that money and it's state policy to withhold 25% from those projects. So we were asking money from the governor's office that the state already had. And we were able to get approval from the governor's office under special circumstances to have that approximately $288,000 released so that bridge project can go out to bid. With one catch, the FEMA extension has to be approved for those FEMA funds before the governor's office will allow the West Virginia Homeland Security to release that money to the West Virginia Department of Transportation Division of Highways. So I've been working with DOH to get a schedule, and due to the amount of time it's going to take to get the extension request drafted, approved, and then at the county level, and then submitted to FEMA and approved by FEMA, it's going to push the project back. I mean, based on what I'm seeing as far as schedule, we may not have a completion until late 2023 or 2024, depending on how everything shakes out. But we're just going to be open with FEMA and make that extension request. Bill Hines, who I believe is on the call or should be on the call, can provide more updates. But one decision we needed the Fayette County Commission to make is, do we want to continue to have DOH involvement or do we want to work at the county level to get that bridge let to bid and constructed? And there are pros and cons with each side, and Bill Hines can go over those. But that's just something to think about. The one issue with that is if Fayette County decides to manage themselves, the governor's office will not allow that approximately $288,000 to be released to Fayette County for its management. So let's come up with that. I'll let Bill go ahead and update. Bill, what do you have to add to that?
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. Very sorry for my technology issues. Otherwise, I would join you on video. But yeah, just jumping off of what Matt briefed, we have a lot to do in a very short period of time in order to satisfy the FEMA program. I'm certainly willing to expand on that. I'm not sure how much time you want to take a deep dive into the aspects of the program. However, We are certainly, to coin a phrase, behind the 8 ball with this effort. To the point that Matt was making about whether to keep DOH and Chapman in tow, I'd like to advocate that we consider strongly doing so, primarily, and not just because of the release of the 25% in the approved estimate, but moreover, there has been an appreciable amount of technical work already performed for this project. So in essence, try not to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I worked with Matt to go through a rationale. We made a recommendation to the Greenbrier County Commission, and I feel very positive that we should make the same recommendation to you all, is to go ahead and recognize not only in our partnership with Division of Highways and them bringing Chapman into the conversation previous to the 2016 flood. Following that, it just made sense to continue to use Chapman, and they were selected through a compliant process. The state calls it the 5G. It's a West Virginia state rule dealing with hiring architectural engineering resources. So we have to go through a very specific scripted dance. Well, Division of Highways has that selection process already integrated into their system. So Chapman was brought on board essentially under that similar filter. So in launching from that rationale, that I'm making the argument that we need to go ahead and reach two. Number one, keep West Virginia DOH involved as a technical resource and technical assistance with this project, which is always best statewide. It's always the best response. And then number two is for us to engage with Chapman directly, primarily to put into place an agreement between us and Chapman that would include the minimally required federal clauses. In looking at the original contract agreement, there are some updates that are necessary on their end. However, I can only speak in an abstract nature about that. I don't work the TAP program. I know enough about it to be dangerous. I just know that that's not the FEMA Stafford Act program. So for this tranche of funding and the current $1 million that's approved, we have to go through the Stafford Act filter. And for FEMA funds, so in the Stafford Act filter, there are minimum required language that needs to be in those agreements. And I think post fact, we could enter into that. We have to obviously memorialize our rationale for what we're doing. I have prepared a very similar recommendation to Greenbrier County. We will provide to Fayette County Commission and to move forward. In essence, all of this is to just administratively get the program and all the rules out of the way so you all can move forward and effect the repair as soon as possible. And I have to make a statement here, just in light of the current situation, is that Fayette County is best served to move forward as fast as possible on its own in completing these repairs. And when I say on its own, it is your facility. FEMA will always approach it that way. It's not even, it's not a well-known clause. However, FEMA is held harmless and indemnified from any actions that it takes via the FEMA state agreement. And that just basically implies that FEMA does not own this facility. What that does tell us, though, is the agency is a best responder, and the agency leans forward when we're talking about work completed. So as soon as we can, getting ourselves encumbered and committed to a schedule, committed to doing the work and whatnot, and then we can show that to FEMA at the same time, puts us in a best position, which technically we are not in a good position with the program. Again, we are very much behind the 8 ball. The program has a hard shelf life. If you can imagine, it's an emergency-based program. The extended life of the program is 6 years, which essentially is June of next year for the 2000 event. After 6 years, the what for questions, as far as timeline to complete the work and things like that, get very cumbersome. And generally, we get headquarters involved in that conversation. Right now, we have to have a conversation with the Philadelphia regional office. As I understand it, they will look at us in the best light. However, there are plenty of steps that we still need to take that could impact a positive outcome on the request for a time extension and any eventual request for increased costs. So we have a lot of those challenges in the way. The best thing to clear this out is for us to come together with a resolute decision to move forward. And basically, in essence, by the time we get FEMA involved, we're putting them in the passenger seat and not in the driver's seat. I'll take a little break here and let you all ask questions if you have them. We can cover the program, my proposal, the agreement that I sent forward, but I have several other items that I'd like to cover before we break.
Well, I'm the newest one here, and this has been on the agenda probably 2 to 3 times since I've been here and started in January. And I still don't, I mean, I thought it was done and everything we need to do, we had done. So I'm not sure. I mean, well, I'm not sure. I know I do not understand why we have it on the agenda again and what the problems are. Matt had mentioned that, that there were pros and cons to each of our options. I'd like to more clearly understand what those are. I understand that your recommendation is to go and work directly with the feds, and I'm guessing you want to cut out some state bureaucracy, which I would always agree with. But I need to understand, like, why isn't this moving forward, and what do you propose? Because Greenbrier County is a huge county. Who in Greenbrier County is going to do the management of this thing? Like, what, you know, we're talking apples and oranges with regard to resources between these 2 counties. So I just need to understand what's going on, because I thought this was something that was just on its own, doing its own thing, and now here it is on the agenda again.
Yes, ma'am. Unfortunately, there's no such thing in the FEMA world because the program implies a very tight shelf life. You normally have 18 months from the date of the disaster declaration to finish permanent work. That in and of itself is a foot race for most municipalities across the country, between design and between estimating and damage assessments and procurement, design, and even all of the processes to get to where we're turning dirt. There are a lot of challenges to meeting that timeline. Unfortunately, though, those get it done type, that impetus is still involved with the Stafford Act program, and FEMA is FEMA will lean forward and see that we've partnered with another agency to help us with this process. However, they're most likely not going to extend the same generosity because we've coupled it with another program. FEMA will fall right back to its own rules and say, well, that's federal highways and this is TAP. Now, that stated, the project should not have been, for whatever reason, it was placed on a bit of a cruise control in the hands of Division Highways, and I would have, had I been given the opportunity, I would have advised otherwise. But be that as it may, we are at this point. So to your comment about resources, even though we campaigned to combine the 2 at the very early offset of the event, that was ultimately not supported and denied. So we are now dealing with the Meadow River Trail in 2 different entities. There's the Greenbrier County side and there's the Fayette County side. So Greenbrier, in its repairs and the damage process, and Matt, if I speak out of school here, definitely correct me, Matt is on point to manage that process and get it completed. And then on the Fayette County side, that's yet to be fleshed out. I'm not going to assume the same situation on the Fayette side because you have larger challenges, namely that bridge work that needs to be completed as soon as possible. And then the other thing is there's no avoiding, I would, along with you, I would prefer to remove as much bureaucracy as possible on the state and federal end. However, to be honest with you, the challenges I see are at the local level right now. And we're never at the stage that we are in the timeline, in the recovery timeline from the 2016 event, we will not be able to avoid the state and federal bureaucracy.
Okay,
so that, you know.
Okay, so you spoke in passive voice when you said something was denied. So combining the projects, do you mean Fayette and Greenbrier?
Yes, we campaigned in the early days for both county commissions to stand up to the state and FEMA and say, hey, this is one facility. Let's put this on one project. Let's bid this under one engineer, one contractor, things like that. That was not supported, so it had to go.
Okay, it was not supported by whom? Did both commissions deny it?
I don't know that it officially went in front of the commissions. I received a phone call from our FEMA program delivery manager that said that the request was brought up at least to her verbally, and FEMA wasn't going to support it.
So
Okay.
FEMA did not support it, so that wasn't a local problem. So now, what has been, because again, I'm just coming in, what has been the problem
Even
at the
though-
local level here?
Is moving forward with getting it done, regardless of whatever other entities. It's literally the first basics. To go back to basics with the program, is that regardless of how the state and FEMA feel about the funding component, there should never be, and I understand the exact upside down world that I'm discussing, because in a normal world situation, generally if you have the money, then you plan forward to do the work. If you don't have the money, that tends to minimize any of our plans to do any kind of work, namely infrastructure work. In the FEMA world, it is completely upside down in this program because it's a reimbursement program. It implies an incurred cost. It implies that we're going to move forward and we're going to fix our facility no matter who funds it. We're going to fix our facility, quote unquote, the right way, how we need to get it fixed. And then the program works best in a past tense, is that we come to FEMA with work completed discussions. However, we're not in that situation now. We have yet to complete the plenary phase and go into an actual construction motion. So we are, in essence, at the mercy of a program that is not mandated. It's a discretionary program. The FEMA Public Assistance Program is riddled with the words reasonable, necessary, prudent, and as a direct result of the disaster. So we have a lot of exposure. Both counties have a lot of exposure right now to the program in a lack of assistance, in either partial or complete denial of assistance, which means they would deobligate, the federal government would deobligate the monies based on their view of what is reasonable, what is necessary, and what is prudent. We have exposure in the fact that we've gone so long hitching our wagon, if you will, to a bigger project that sat in stasis. And for whatever reason, I don't have all the details of why it sat where it was. And from my end, it wouldn't be very productive for me to drill into that. I'm trying to position both counties to move forward as smartly as possible and just fix their damages, regardless of the funding decision from the state and FEMA. And I understand the double-edged sword of exactly what I just mentioned, because that's asking you all to encumber 7 digits that you don't have, or you might not have.
So what you're saying, because it was separate, because now FEMA didn't want us to work together, it has to be separated. So we have to make a decision whether to keep the DOH. I mean, I'm.
No, sir. No, sir. Let me take a step back. I apologize. I did a bad job explaining that. FEMA would not support putting it all on one project worksheet. However, that did not, and I made the pitch at that time, that did not preclude both counties from then jointly partnering on a facility that you jointly partner on anyway. So it would have been if we're talking about spilt milk here, it would have been more advantageous for the counties both to then jointly approach the project, determine and dictate how to count the beans, where each cubic yard of dirt went, where every board foot went on either side of the county line, so we would survive a final inspection. But you would get the economies of scale, the whole 9 yards that would come with employing contractors for bigger projects.
And so when you made these recommendations, to whom did you make them?
Through my employer at the time, the Greenbrier County Commission, through the EM director. And so he went to the county commission. And at that time, there was, before Matt Ford, there was another grant coordinator in place. So they were part of that decision making. And I went as far as to attend a joint meeting at the, I believe it was Mr. Walker's EM facility, where we talked about it. And then after the discussion with FEMA left, is when I made the proposal on your side, is to, okay, regardless of whether they support this, you all should join forces. You are jointly united with this facility. You can still treat it as one facility and just administratively dictate how to articulate things to survive the final inspection on each project worksheet, regardless of whatever. I was pushing on a FEMA authorization that we did it a few times when I was within the agency, and I know the agency could have done it. However, the current staff in place was either unaware or for whatever reason unwilling to go that path, whereas the natural hard line in a project worksheet is a political boundary. The convenience in this argument for me was that both counties are declared for the disaster. The facility spans both counties. We have the authority. The agency has the authority. They just did not agree to it. But the bottom line is you all still could have, and you still can, but in this case, it's just better to go with where we have things positioned. Matt is moving Greenbrier County along with this small tranche of disaster sites and whatnot. And so now for Fayette County, none of that has anything to do with you being either forced or not forced or having to decide on whether DOH or Chapman needs to be involved. My preference for those two entities being involved in this is just always worked out. It's historically always worked out better when you have obviously an engineer involved with your facility, but Division of Highways is very adept at doing this work. And so that's another sanity check, if you will, on what we're doing. To include, if we remove Division of Highways and Chapman from the conversation, or that direct connection in the agreement that we have, we would have to go back through another 5G procurement process to hire an engineering firm.
So we gotta do one of the two.
Correct.
We'll start
Sure.
over.
And if we stay with DOH, the governor will put forth the $284,000.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so
based on the big caveat that we receive an extension, we receive support from the state and from FEMA, the state office and the emergency management, but specifically from FEMA. That big caveat is out there.
yeah, so unless Fayette County has the money to front to be able to bid and construct, I think it appears DOH is the way to go. The other issue is if the bids come in and the bids are above what was originally estimated, and it's likely they will be, just because all costs for construction have went up, especially over the last year, then Fayette County is going to have to pay for that in order to, before DOH will issue a notice to proceed to the construction contractor. So there's some complications, and most of what Bill was talking about occurred years ago, and it's led to where we are now. But to the commissioner's statement about thinking all this was resolved, it wasn't resolved during the last commission meeting. There's several, the major issue that wasn't resolved at that time was this $288,000 and where it would come from.
So Matt, I don't mean to interrupt you. So the 200, I've got something in my mind I have to say. So
Sure.
if we decide DOH, we don't have to pay the 284,000, but yet the bridge cost can come in at 500,000 extra above and beyond, and then Fayette County Commission would have to come up with $500,000. Now, if we go with Chapman and we pay the 208, I'm just using this hypothetically.
Sure.
We pay the $284,000. Will the DOH funds that was allocated to them be re-released that could be brought back and be part of reimbursement for the $284,000?
Yeah, you would have to request the money back from DOH, and that's what Greenbrier County did.
Yeah, there is a, I mean, DOH has a certain amount of funding that they was going to get in this project for that. Do you have that amount in your, does anybody have that amount with them right now? Anybody know what that amount was? If we don't go with DOH, the money that DOH was supposed to get. Now I'm shooting at the wind here. This was done way before me too. So, but I do know that DOH, when you use DOH, there's a lot of extra money that goes into what the DOH does. So if the DOH isn't there, that funding should be available maybe for us to get our $284,000 back, or even more than that we can share with Greenbrier. Can somebody enlighten us on that? So whether I'm right or wrong,
or something here.
The two
You want to
hundred.
take a stab, Matt? I have a couple thoughts too, but you want to take a stab first?
Well, you won't get the $288,000, but you will get the amount that was sent to DOH previously. So the 75% of the total award at the time.
So how much
West
is
Virginia
that?
would still retain the 25%.
So we would
Go
get
ahead, Bill.
860, so we'd get to $864,000 back that was
No,
sent.
it'll go back to FEMA.
We need, can you break this, or can you break this down financially for us? I mean, I feel like every time, I have to say, every time I see this project on the agenda, I'm filled with dread because I don't understand it well enough. I don't understand all the moving parts and with Greenbrier County's involvement and our involvement. I mean, if we're going to end up being stuck possibly because of construction costs and stuff like that with a big extra bill, this commission needs to consider where that project falls in the set of priorities that, everything else is. I don't think we should necessarily buy stuff just because it's on sale. And we have a whole bunch of other things going on and priorities for money and our relief funds even. So you're right. We can't cry over spilt milk, and the spilt milk is somebody didn't manage this project well before today, or some years before, and I know you're trying to now catch up and come up with some solutions, but we really need to understand the full implications for the county and of what we may have to put out or that sort of thing, and what our options are financially. If you could focus on that piece of it, that would really help us. And then procedurally, we can figure it out. But, as a tiny county, we're pretty motivated by the bottom line. So we need to hear that.
Absolutely.
Understand.
Yeah, and that
Absolutely.
makes sense. I know one thing we talked about is Bill is not under contract with the county yet to do the work for Fayette County, whatever would be needed. But yeah, we can definitely look at the finances. Yeah, and to your point, this project is very complicated, and I think part of the problem is the time allotted in the county commission to discuss the various intricacies. And I mean, I send out emails, but typically, I don't know, I haven't got a response to an email in a while. So it's going to take some time, and if we can get together to go through all of the details of the project in more time than we can have at a county commission meeting in this forum, would be ideal.
Yes. Well, and
I can give you some macro level numbers if you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, I would like those, but Matt, on the emails you send, you're going to need to send a dictionary to help me translate it. That's the thing, like it's in Greek. And I need to understand, what all this means and the kind of like a basic, orientation to the project, right? Like if you could synthesize it and say, okay, this is how it started. This is what happened. This is what wasn't done. These are our current options, and this is what they'll cost. That's what we need. I mean, you can send me tons of documents and I can read it all day long, but I have no foundation with which to understand them because I don't have the historical context. And right now, like Bill said, we've got an impetus. We have very little time till the 6 years from the 2016 flood is up. And we need to decide, we need to figure out how much this will cost and then decide if this is a project we want to stay engaged in at this time. I mean, I know we stand to lose some money with FEMA or whatever, but that may not, the amount of money we would have to put into it may not be worth it for all of Fayette County, and we have to look into that.
I do got one other question. You mentioned reimbursement. I guess I need to get this clarified. We paid that $800-some-thousand to FEMA, is that correct? For the DOH?
No, sir.
No, you paid it to the DOH from FEMA. So that money comes back. So that much, thank you, Ruth. So that money comes back into FEMA. So we have, that money will not be part of, we cannot get any reimbursement of that from FEMA, correct?
Right. There's actually several math solutions on the table. The number one thing is that the money that was sent to Division of Highways is considered an advance based on a $1.1 million eligible amount, 1.15 million. And so we sent them the 75%, which is disbursed by the state. On a large project, fiscally large project, they will disperse immediately 75% on the dollar, which should have been around $864,000. And as I understand it, that entire amount was transferred to Division of Highways.
Okay, so
Unfortunately,
go ahead.
yeah, unfortunately, and those are project funds. So we've been advanced those funds from the state and FEMA, and there's another math solution in there. Is that 864,000? There's a 75, or actually, I apologize. There's a 90-10 cut because of the 2016 disaster. There's a cost share. It's only 10% state level, which the state still will contribute for county and local level governments. But the overarching mantra should be placed on the potential $1.1 million estimate that was made several years ago.
And
That
is
was
that just for
approved.
our piece of the project, for the Fayette County side, or the entirety?
Just the Fayette County side.
Okay, so if that 800 and some $1,000, we say we don't want DOH, and 800 some thousand comes back to FEMA, can part of that money be used as $284,000 as a percentage to the bridge?
I'm trying to follow what you mean when you say it comes back to FEMA.
So where does that money go?
Back to FEMA.
That money is intended to pay for to get the work done by the engineers, and then through the construction contractor, and then there's a small tranche that's allowable for administrative costs.
Okay, so, but I'm sure that, what was the name of the other organization?
Chapman.
Chapman. I'm sure Chapman is not going to be the same price as the DOH. Is that correct?
They're just engineering.
Correct.
Okay, so.
Correct. Different services. Yes, sir.
Can part of that money, when it comes back, be used as a $284,000 for the bridge, or that's needed?
The bridge is 1.1 million.
Yeah, but
No, sir.
he said he needs $284,000. So I'm just trying to figure out where that money comes back and where it's going to be filtered to. So DOH now, it's, it's a certain percentage goes to DOH, and money comes back. It's got to be there set to be used for something part of this project, or not?
No, 75% of it went to DOH.
Okay.
We had to come up with 25%.
Okay.
If we go with Chapman Engineering, that 75% will be sent from the DOH back to FEMA. This $288,000 is coming from the governor, only if we get the approval to continue this project.
Okay.
That's right. However, there's one correction, if I might add, that the money ultimately does not come. Well, that's what we're hoping, is the money won't go back to FEMA. Is that the money either stays in Division of Highways' hands or in Fayette County's hands.
Well, that's
and unfortunately.
Can we request it come back? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how it comes back to Fayette County. Who makes that decision?
But we were giving money through FEMA. So it has to go back to FEMA.
Was it allocated to us and then we reallocated it to DOH, or was it?
That's correct.
Okay, so it would come back to us. If we're the ones who send it to DOH, DOH would send it back to us. We're the ones who owe FEMA.
That's right.
And that's the way it worked in Greenbrier County. Greenbrier County requested, and theirs was only 60-some thousand, but they made the request to DOH to request their money back. They received a check from DOH.
How long did it take?
It took about a month.
It's not too bad.
See, that's what I was trying to get. Where money comes
So
back.
if we do that, then what do you propose moving forward? I mean, because Bill is recommending that course. So we need to understand, if we were to take that course, what, the implications are moving forward for the county, financial implications.
The major financial implications is, again, you only get 75% of that 1.1 million. The state of West Virginia is going to hold on to the approximately 288,000. So you won't have that full amount that was originally estimated. And then you'll need to come up with that amount plus whatever additional amount that the bids come back at. So if it comes back at 2 million, you'll need to come up with the difference before you want to issue a notice to proceed. And you would want to, and in the same case, you would want to get an approved FEMA extension also.
So you're saying of the 864,000, the 75%, that the state is going to keep 288,000 of it, like almost 25% of it?
That's usually their standard policy is they retain 25% until final inspection or until there is a detailed drawdown request, similar to like a home construction loan. You'd have to present paid bills, the state would have to validate, and then they could work with you. They're poised to do that. We're asking for a release of the entire 25% retainage, which is very rare. I can't recall if the state's ever done that.
And did they approve it?
I'm sorry?
When Greenbrier asked for its money back, did they approve giving it its 25% as well?
Yeah, Greenbrier's in a different situation. Theirs is a bifiscal line, which changes each fiscal year. Their project is a small project. So the state of West Virginia disperses 100% of approved projects on a small project. Ours goes above that.
For them.
Yes, it is technically easier. However, the exposure remains on their end as well. What was a $64,000 estimate in 2016 is most assuredly well into 6 digits now. So their exposure remains the same in going up the proverbial hill to ask for a time extension. And then ultimately, because we're in the traditional program, I would recommend that we ask for any cost overrun or increases above the 1.15 million. Then FEMA we're basically in essence laying ourselves at the feet of the court, at the mercy of the court, if you will. And then FEMA will respond how it chooses to respond based on the circumstances as laid in front of them. So in laying out the potential response from the agency, if I were to put my old FEMA badge back on, there are 3 set solutions or 3 set answers that FEMA could provide. There are mixes that would make a 4th or a 5th or a 6th, but the 3 primary is the first is they could come back and just ultimately say, no, we've gone long, we've waited too long, the extenuating circumstances are not sufficient enough to articulate that the agency continue to participate with this action. So then they would say no and deobligate the entire 1.15 million, which then technically Fayette County would not be out of pocket any cost because we didn't expend any money on this other than whatever Division of Highways might come back to and say, hey, we have administrative costs for performing this work. And then however that translates to the TAP program. So that's the ultimate solution from FEMA. The second would be to approve the extension based on the regular program approach, but then limit the amount of assistance based on the fact that we've gone several construction seasons since the original estimate. I've seen that happen before. And then, of course, the third option the agency has is because of an alternative program procedure. They could come back and say, okay, Fayette, we see that you still have these damages. You still want to get this work done and you've committed. You're committing to this construction schedule. You have all of these pieces in place. So we're going to offer you a capped estimate, which basically means we can't go back to the well. The 1.15 million is all we're going to get on that project worksheet. And we would still have to do a final inspection and articulate costs. It's just the agency would be technically out of it at that point. Those are options that FEMA has under its belt.
At what level within FEMA are these decisions made?
Philadelphia, it would start with the regional administrator for each FEMA region. For us, Region 3 is in Philadelphia. And and then the next conversation would ultimately have to be with headquarters.
Okay, so somebody who runs the Philadelphia office would make these decisions and then we could appeal that decision to anyone at headquarters. Or they would have.
Correct. And actually, right. And actually our, the request that we send up, we won't be sending it up as an appeal, if you will. We're saving that in abeyance. If they come back and deny us, then I would recommend at that point is we would appeal the first time. The first appeal would then go back to the Philadelphia office. If we don't get relief that we're looking for in the first appeal, we have a second appeal, which is the final authority, and that goes to headquarters.
Good job, Alice.
Well, it sounds to me, I'm a retired Fed, by the way, that's why I'm asking. I know how those things work. So let me.
You're fully aware of that process, right?
Yep. I know there's always somebody, and then we always have our ringer Joe Manchin, who's the swing vote that the administration depends on if we have to call him in the big guns. But I want to ask Matt. I feel like in order to game this out, I feel like we need a full understanding of the financial implications. I feel like we need to understand, we need to have some new estimates on what the costs are going to be. And I think we also need to compile some history about why it was stagnant for the length of time it is. Because if we're going to overcome those bureaucratic obstacles that he just outlined, when they evaluate each of the options, and so we can have something prepared to, should we go that route, this is why we didn't do it. I mean, we can't just say, well, we didn't do anything till 2020 and then there was a pandemic, so now we're stuck. We have to figure out what we did and didn't do for the 4 years before the pandemic.
The biggest
Or
thing
the
was,
3.5 between the flood and
the biggest issue was DOH was going through people really quick and promoting them, and we didn't have an administrator for this project.
So it's
That's actually one of the extenuating circumstances that I've identified in the process is the changing of staff members. Unfortunately, we had a tragic loss. Our original trail coordinator, he passed away.
Correct.
So, those are extenuating circumstances that I would advocate that we lay out in the time extension request. So Commissioner, you're on the right track. We need to lay, yes, ma'am, we need to lay it all out for FEMA to evaluate and obviously for you all to make credible decisions on the ground based on your current priorities, but then FEMA is going to want to see all of that in our extension request here soon.
Okay, Ruth, do you know if, Walker has done anything on this extension yet? And he's out with the crud.
But I thought we hired Mike Ford to manage the rest part of it. Or is Kevin supposed to be managing? Because when I talked to Mike Ford the other day, he said we had to have some type of proposal done from somebody before we could even work on it.
See, I think that's where it's changed. I think we have to hire our own. Is that? And I think the gentleman was talking to that. Can you enlighten us on that? I think that's what it is, right?
Matt, who's responsible for what here? Or has been, or, what are we, I know you recommended at some point, and I'm guessing Bill is the one you recommended when you said we needed a consultant. So we're going to need to understand well, he told us Bill's fees wouldn't exceed a certain amount, didn't he? Was that project, or was that something else?
So.
Anyway, so what we need is a recommendation from you, Matt, about how to move forward with the numbers in there, including retaining Bill and who's going to be doing what, and how we can make sure we're not in a situation again. Should we go through all the trouble to try to qualify for an exception or justify an exception and an extension?
Yeah, so the process of coming up with all that and approaching FEMA, that's what we needed Bill for. And with the proposal that she's mentioning is Bill's proposal. And he would assist with getting all the information pulled together to make that FEMA extension so that it has the best likelihood of getting approved.
So what you're saying, we need to hire somebody right now, and the recommendation is Bill. Is that what?
And that's what.
Correct.
Yeah.
And this was on I remember discussing that before. Bill, how long has it been since you left FEMA?
2016.
Were you in Philadelphia or DC?
No, most of my formative FEMA years have been right here in the state of West Virginia. 31 federal disaster declarations since 2001.
My question is, how many people you still know in Philadelphia?
Enough to know that we are highly exposed. Our current program situation, we are highly exposed.
To that point, when we had the discussion, and that's part of the problem. All the emails that you are getting, some are just CC'd on communication as we're trying to work through this situation. But Ann Yearling with the governor's office is going to help us with that FEMA request, and we've also talked to Manchin's office about helping. So I think once we do our part to get a good FEMA request involved, then we let the powers that be that it can assist us with FEMA help shepherd this thing through.
I think there was even you said a quote.
Absolutely. That's absolutely that. It's going to take a two-pronged approach in this situation to not only our credible request to the agency where we are laying it all out there, extenuating circumstances implied, but at the same time we would be best served if there was some advocating on our side in other directions, just so we can position folks and even with the Philadelphia crowd, and we train this way. I can attest to this. We are told to find a way to say yes, but it has to be within the regs and within the policies and whatnot. So, it would be incumbent on us to not only provide them the ammunition, but then a little gentle nudge wouldn't hurt in the process, especially how we're long in the tooth with this project.
I have a couple of other questions with regard to the state's fee. So when we transferred the $864,000 to the Department of Highways, who retains the 25% that we are not going to get back until some other condition is met?
The final inspection is the state governor's contingency fund.
So DOH would have to transfer that 25% to that fund?
No, they would have to transfer the 25% to us, and then because the natural process would be it's our facility, so the monies would come to us and then to Division of Highways. Now, to me, if I were managing this at the state level, I would recommend a bypass of the Fayette County Commission and just do an intergovernmental transfer, so DOH would have it immediately. That way it wouldn't slow down their bidding process because they are requiring the full 100% in place before they even go to market.
So just so we're clear, the 1.1 million is 100%. The 800,000 approximately that the DOH has is your 75% that was given to Fayette County and transferred to DOH. Mm-hmm. And then the approximately 288,000 is the 25% retainage that now sits with the state of West Virginia. And I'm not sure what account it's in. I do, but who holds that? I mean, the permission to release that 25% of the 1.1 million, which is the $288,000, had to be given to the West Virginia Homeland Security Office, and that was given. It just has to. The only way it can happen is if that money goes to DOH. You can't. They don't want Fayette County to manage the 288,000.
So you're saying that if we didn't want DOH to do it, that DOH would still retain 25% of the funds for some inspection or contingency or something?
Yeah, it wouldn't be a DOH, but it would be the state of West Virginia would retain that.
No,
That's right. That's right. If we don't want DOH to do it, everything we hit, one commissioner mentioned, we start over. So the money would eventually have to come back to us, hopefully as quickly as possible. We would then have to put it in the right bank account, which I mean by that is the change was made quietly circa 2013-14 that FEMA funds be put into an interest-bearing account, which they are not right now. And then we would have to move forward as smartly as possible with getting it done before June of next year.
I didn't think that they could go into an interest-bearing account.
Why not?
Because the funds coming from the federal government.
Well, that's what they said, that FEMA has a rule that it has to be in one. Isn't that what you said? Did you just say that the funds have to be in an interest-bearing account because of a 2013 FEMA rule?
It's not a FEMA rule. The federal government, there was a change in, it was a formula office managed budget circular, but it's now in 2 CFR that the funds have to go into an interest-bearing account.
And that passed in 2013, and you're saying that while they're with DOH that they are not in an interest-bearing account?
Correct. Ms. Kuhn, Susan Kuhn, who runs the State Public Assistance Program, confirmed that. Matt, do I have that correct?
You are correct, and DOH does not want to put it in an interest-bearing account.
So that's how many years worth of interest. Nice.
They've had it since 2018.
Yeah, and so technically the we can have a conversation on the potential yield of that. All we would get to keep by rule is $500, and then any overage would have to be repaid back to the federal government. But yeah, that was a quiet change that went down, and the state verbiage, unfortunately, in the 2016 disaster, of what I saw in the state applicants brief packets, that guidance wasn't included even up to 2016.
So have we not sent the money to DOH? How would the state get its 25%? I'm just curious.
But what do you mean by the state getting its 25%?
Well, the 25% that is going to be retained, that was one of the terms used, that you said would go to the state government contingencies fund. I'm saying if we hadn't transferred all that money to DOH, how would they have gotten their 25%, or would they?
It's held, they would have, it's held notionally, if you will. When FEMA approves the 100% amount, as Matt just said, the funds, the Fed share at the very least. And so in this conversation, and again, there's a lot of math on the table. The cost share for the 2016 disaster is 90-10. It's standard 75-25, which confuses the conversation even more, but makes it a little easier in this conversation is that 90% of the approved 1.15 million will be coming from the Stafford Act. So the state would be able to, based on its policies, draw down as much of that, to be honest with you, the 90%, but up to 90%, and then the 10% the state would tack on at the end. By their disbursement policy is the 75-25 mix. So the state would hold the 25% of that $1.1 million that's approved as a notional number. That's just the final number that's been currently approved. So it's just hanging out there for planning purposes and whatnot. So it's all just held in abeyance for the day that it becomes real. So that process that you're talking about it's called a final inspection. So the closeout of that subgrant, the project worksheet, will then allow for the release of the rest of the quote unquote eligible funds. Say we don't have, in a perfect world environment, if we don't have the timeline issue, if we don't have any other challenges, and let's say we're moving forward based on normal timelines, the final eligible cost could be whatever it is based on fair market value. So all of that math changes significantly. If you can imagine, if the bids came back at $1.8 million and we can articulate that, hey, that's a fair market value result, the current program that we're in, the current makeup of the program we're in, is that FEMA will most likely take a dollar for dollar ride with us based on fair market value. So the end math is whatever the end math is. It is, no matter what, though, the 25% retainage of eligible dollars on a large project, the state will always hold notionally, like on a ledger.
Yeah, and the issue is that, in a perfect scenario, FEMA will cover 100% of what the cost is, but to keep DOH involved, DOH wants to have 100% of the money in their account before they issue the bid. And then if the bid comes in higher, they want 100% of that low bid amount before they issue notice to proceed. And that's in conflict with that 25% retainage.
I don't know how DOH is standing on anything right now, if it's personnel issues or what's been the cause of the problem.
And then putting the money in not an interest-bearing account, I mean.
That's also another issue.
Would that be just cause to get all the money back instead of somebody keeping part of it or something? I mean.
Well, since they're saying that it's not DOH that keeps the money, that was what I was getting at when I asked that question the first time. But I mean, I almost think we need to, talk to the general counsel about some of this, because,
Bill, if we would approve this today, this proposal today, is there any way you could come in and have a meeting with 3 commissioners personally and bring the information in, maybe explain it to us a little better?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Whether you'd approve it or not, to be honest with you, my proposal or not, it is dependent, and it's the whole project, the Meadow River Trail project. And I'm local. I live in Dunbar, so I would want to see you guys shine, regardless whether you approve my proposal. I would be willing to take the time out to come and talk to you about positioning yourselves best in getting this done. But the overall mantra is Fayette County is urged as best as possible to move forward with this thing, acting as if the state and FEMA were not involved. It's your facility. You need to repair it. And I know that's a 7-digit statement right there, but that's your best position to be in. So I would be more than willing to come in and sit down and talk with you.
Mr. Taylor, I don't have a problem doing this. I mean, if you have it, if you don't have a problem, if you have a problem, just voice your opinion on it. But I mean,
well, I have a question. So what we haven't had in the past is somebody riding herd on this. And my question is, if we accept this proposal, does that mean you will be riding herd on it, Bill, on our behalf?
Absolutely. To a limited degree, yes, ma'am. As a third-party contractor, I'm still limited in that all I can do is recommend. I cannot encumber taxpayer funds or anything. But yeah, riding herd, if you will, would be part of that concept. Yes.
Well, making sure that we have the decisions before us in a timely manner that we need to make sure that we have any obstacles identified to us in a timely manner so we can react as a government. But as far as like the bureaucracy and coming up with the plan and executing the plan with our help,
yes,
would that all be encompassed by this proposal?
Yes, ma'am.
I agree with it then. I think we at least need to invest the money to make sure
I
that.
think, yeah, I mean,
Okay, need a motion?
I motion to approve AEMS for the, or Bill Hines for the
97.50.
$9,750.
And I second the motion. Bill, thanks for coming to the meeting and helping break this down for us. And Matt, I appreciate your getting it back on the agenda, even though I was filled with dread when I saw it, because now I actually understand a little bit more about what's going on.
I never want you to see my name and feel dread.
It's the project. It's not your name. I see the project. I'm like, this again,
I mean, if you have something with him come in too.
Yeah. Can we get Bill on the May 20th? Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to hire AEMS for the amount of $9,750. Any discussion on this?
I will just note that it's under the 15,000 minimum. That's why we didn't have to bid it out. Bill is uniquely qualified to do this based on his experience at FEMA and also, in my view, and I've worked with FEMA in the past. And also because he's doing the work on the Greenbrier County side, which is, mirrors what we're doing over here and
Correct.
combines with the project. So that's why I'm fine with sole sourcing it, as we call it in the federal government, but awarding this work to Bill as opposed to Bill and his company as opposed to another applicant. Also due to the time sensitive nature of the issue and that he's very well informed of the history and been involved all this time.
Okay, so we've had discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Bill, you are hired.
Thank you very much. I look forward to working with all of you.
Can we get you on the agenda for May 21st, Bill? Do you have time that day that you might be able to come down?
Yes, ma'am. Friday, May 21st.
Yes, sir. And Amy in our office will get back to you with the time once she gets the agenda closer.
And I'll
Yes,
plan
sir.
on being there that day also.
Perfect.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you all. Any
Okay.
other questions for me? Otherwise, I'll drop off.
No, go ahead. Thank you very much for your input.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Okay. At this point, we are scheduled to go into, well, is the counselor, is the Stephen New a executive committee item? Okay.
They said it needs to be.
Huh?
It is, it's a legal discussion. Yes.
But they have a ton of people here, and I don't know what that's about.
Okay, so at this time, we
I mean,
will,
there shouldn't be 25 people in the executive committee meeting,
no, we'll go into executive meeting and that'll be
executive
in
session.
Ruth's office. So if someone would make the motion, please.
I move we go into executive session with as few people as possible.
I second.
And that's at 12:08.
I will be in a second.
Take that one paper. Papers with me. Paper right on. Oh.
Yeah, I put that you put reasons, but I can put the specific reasons. Yes. You want to leave that or?
I'll tear it off.
Tear that whole piece off? Yeah. You can go ahead and do that while y'all's in there, with all them people.
I'm not going to sit in there with a ton of people. I mean, I don't care about the virus. I don't feel like the bigger the meeting, the less efficient it is. That's my problem.
I agree.
Concern, I guess. I like it.
Amy's gonna need her muscle rub.
I'm okay today. I did take ibuprofen just,
What do you do? Well, I'm gonna need it too, because I'm my second mountain bike trail class tonight.
You should ask Ruth about what I did in front of Tom yesterday in our office. Fell over, butt up in the air right in front of him.
Whoops.
Tripped. I opened the copier drawer and then it was empty, so I went to get paper and forgot it was open.
Nice.
I know. So I said, I'm glad I didn't pee on myself. Oh my gosh, my phone has been blowing up.
Wow.
Well, kids for one.
Oh, yeah.
And I've just been working and texting people the whole time too.
Mhm. Amy, I need to come talk to you and Ruth at some point.
Okay. About. Are you gonna say one?
Mhm.
Yeah. Get your phone in here. Okay. Is your hair darker?
It is.
I noticed that yesterday and I
Very
had to
good.
say something. It looks nice.
Thank you.
Mine just keeps getting naturally lighter. I'm just gonna let it go, see what happens. This is my, you keep your kids on the wall like this. I'm just keeping it like on my hair.
Mm-hmm.
No twin. It's a kid's work.
Okay. Now, so now that the minutes have been approved,
Oh, no.
they are to be entered into record.
Yes.
I would prefer we use the copies that John has signed.
Okay.
I mean, we will scan them and then give you the originals back, just like any other recorded document.
Yep.
And they would be validated then on that last page under his signature.
Okay. And we were talking about, we're working on getting software,
Mhm.
which Ruth has Adobe software that can do this,
Gotcha.
but backfilling the minutes
Mhm.
that we have, I mean, we've got those that we've got in there that we can give to you. We can give you whole books of them
Mhm.
that can be scanned in and
Yeah.
recorded. But
Now, there is a process by which we can take those. We don't actually have to scan paper. Like we could take
our books.
Well,
we want to get them to where we can search them for
Right.
our own use.
Yeah.
in there. So, but
I mean-
what's your procedure?
Well, I mean, because that's what they're doing now with the old deed books.
Yeah.
You know, and I assume they have to be images. I don't know if we can pull PDFs. We'd have to ask Chris. But like they can be indexed.
I mean, what we have are like the actual. And we just have binders.
Yeah, and we can do paper.
Yeah.
I just meant like if you had stuff in electronic format that you wanted to put into our stuff, like we don't necessarily have to have paper.
Yeah.
Like if there is paper, great, we can scan it, it's no big deal.
Yeah.
But
well, what we're going to work on first is get it to where, because right now I can go through and if I've got a topic like anything,
and I
anything
wish there
before
was an
2009, I
easy-
can't do it because they're all like
and we can use, and that's something we can discuss with the commission. Like we can purchase OCR software
Yeah.
that will do that and do the minutes and then enter, and it wouldn't be perfect again, like it would have to still be looked at by human, but it would give you more indexing terms.
Yeah.
But that's,
And I was talking to
think.
Dave Arnold. That's not the name. Dave, what's Dave's last name with Appalachian? Whitley?
Arnett?
Whitley?
I don't know.
Have you met him before? He comes in and takes care of y'all's copiers.
Mm.
From the office
Yes.
products. Okay. So I was talking to him yesterday. His email is like Dave AOP. I think that's my to an A last name. About some software that we could get, and he actually gave me some options that we could look into on our own to work on scanning all of our stuff to help with records retention. So I started looking at that yesterday. So I might go that route for the minutes, just to get them to where we can use them.
Yeah.
Other than.
Yeah, and there can be a difference too in what you guys need to use
versus what you all do for the public.
Correct.
Yeah. So whatever's easiest for you, if you want me to scan them and then get them to you, or if you want to scan the original so that,
Yeah,
that way they'll scan it.
if we've got original paper, it's just as easy for them to scan it at the time of indexing.
Okay.
But I was thinking if there was stuff that was just digital, it's not like you have to print it out and hand me printed copies.
Yeah, no, everything's already, because we have to do originals and sign them, so we've just got binders.
Gotcha.
Upon binders.
But
of
yeah, I
decades of
understand.
minutes.
Well,
And we don't know where some of them, it stops in the 80s somewhere, so I don't know where the rest of them are.
in a box somewhere, I'm sure.
So that's part of what I'm hoping to, once I get myself caught up on everything else that's lingering, be able to go and deal with all that and just take the stuff to the memorial building and just start scanning there and determine what doesn't need to be kept.
What kind of scanners are you guys getting with your?
Fujitsu scan snaps.
So the paper sized ones?
Yeah.
They were asking about, I was like, we have a big scanner.
We have a gigantic scanner, but we can't get the product code off of it. We have one over that I bought with a grant a couple of years ago, like $4,000 one. And they sent me the wrong cord first, so we got discouraged. So I finally managed to get enough time to sit down and deal with them, and they sent me the wrong, like they sent me one for like Denmark or something, power supply. And then I kept telling them, it's asking for this product code, and he sent me something generic that actually, I think he sent me what they were asking, like what the screen said, enter your blah, blah, blah. So I would ask him for the blah, 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 and he would send me back the exact thing. I'm like, you're not sending me a specific code for this machine.
Right.
So I've got to contact him again. And it would be like months between emails with him. So it's sitting over in Tommy's office over in the annex, not being used.
Nice. I was gonna say, we have that one big one back there and none of them know if it works or not.
Where is it?
In the back corner, not in the standy up corner where you stand, but the other corner. I mean, it's not like, flat top map, but it'll hold a piece of paper like this.
Huh, I don't know.
Yeah.
But I don't
nobody
go
knows-
back there very often.
And I'll be like, because Anana was mentioning the DD 214 book, some of them are too large.
Mhm.
And so she didn't scan those in, she just indexed them in.
Yeah.
And
Well, and the reason we bought this was so we could scan blueprints and maps and stuff
Mhm.
and get them, because you see what happens when we store them. They get crushed, they deteriorate.
Right.
They take up too much space. You don't know how to store them. They just get thrown in the jail. I don't think they understand what they're getting into.
Yeah. I heard, I was like, okay, great.
I took you over there, right? Did I take you?
We have not gone yet.
Okay.
No. We've talked about it and then weather turned bad. And then,
Okay.
So now that weather's breaking, we're hoping to get some of that stuff done.
It's rough. And that's where they take prisoners through.
Right. Okay. All right, I think I got it. The station is doing their ramp BLT again.
Every person on my Facebook feed is sharing what they made with ramps today. And I was pulling wild onions out of my flower bed. We don't know how they got there.
Uh-huh.
I was just throwing them out and Griffin was grabbing them and shaking them.
Right.
And I was like, oh crap, was I pulling ramps? But I was not.
Yeah, but you can eat wild onions too.
I know, we're just not big oniony people.
Yeah.
But my father-in-law's like, what are you doing? The dog was having a great time.
Yeah, a friend who went ramp foraging up in Ohio, and he's like, yeah, and I got this great bunch of wild onions too. And I'm like, dude, those are a weed. I like cut those out.
Yeah. Well, I was looking at something in my yard yesterday up against the house, and it looked like more daffodils coming up.
Mm-hmm.
That would be late. And now I'm looking at pictures of ramps. I don't pay attention to them.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh gosh, is that what that is?
It could be.
But I mean, because the daffodils that are over there are they're on that side of the house that have already started to go away.
Mhm.
I didn't plant those, and they weren't there for years, so a squirrel must have brought them in.
Oh. No, we'll be very excited. They're putting one of those Five Below stores in Charleston.
I saw that too. I never think to go all the way that way because, gosh, it's just. Well, it used to be a trek. Now it's not.
I
Yeah,
don't have
but
to
still
worry
seems
so
far.
much around who I'm packing up and taking with me, but I just don't do it. I'm not a body anymore.
Mhm. I don't know how many more masks you may or may not need, but Old Navy has theirs on sale.
Seriously, I was just thinking to myself this morning, because I like the Old Navy ones, but I need.
They're
spring-
$5 for a 5-pack.
Okay, I'll get them. I'll get my mom to go up there and get them. She goes to Old Navy all the time. I bought the girls, they don't know, but Vera Bradley's had theirs on sale.
Mm-hmm.
A 2-pack for $8 of their Harry Potter design.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, so I bought them those last night. I didn't see anything on them. Like, he can take one of the black ones maybe. He doesn't care. He has this one that he loves. That's maroon. I don't know because he got it from school. I don't know where he got it. And then a couple of other ones. He doesn't go out very often. He doesn't care. And I got my Blinko in the mail yesterday.
Oh, exciting. I played around with, I'm going to assume they're going to be in there for a minute.
Oh yeah, they've got 2 of these.
They're probably going to be, well, but they have to come back in.
But then they'll go right back.
Correct.
So if you're not there, I'll run over and put what time and what they say.
Okay. I mean, I'm just going to go grab my lunch.
Well, that's what I might go grab one and flower seeds. Oh my goodness. Somebody built a barn or a house as not to spoil the landscape, completely mirrored. And you can like barely
Oh, wow.
see it because it like just mirrors the landscape around you. Joe's getting ready to build a shed out back. Maybe I'll have a mirror.
There you go.
You'll see it.
All right. Thanks so much.
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab my sunflower seeds.
One drink, one time. Abby must have gone for lunch now. I'm just sitting and watch us, Abby, just kind of hanging out.
I saw myself walk across the back earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Who is it on?
Yeah. Okay, Facebook, New River Gorge and Red River Gorge are not the same at all.
Nope. Like when they had the national story about the lady taking her demise at the Randy and the picture of the bridge. So we're probably gonna try to go out maybe this weekend, I don't know,
Mm-hmm.
for Long Point, and try to recreate this.
Nice. I see how Jillian.
Well, Jillian's right at the height where,
Mhm.
that's pretty much how tall she is now. She's his arms under. She must be in there. I did that with the big kids last year in Hawk's Nest. Put together an outfit that looked the same. That Jillian taken. I didn't know what it was. They didn't show me. Because I wasn't there for that picture. I was actually still behind.
I was talking to Kathy. Where are you last night? I went and actually have hair done yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Um,
So maybe it was this morning that I walked in and saw it. My day's
It
getting all
could be.
mixed up.
I mean, although the color's sticking pretty, it's just pretty, like we've got it timed to like, it's just starting to fade and look kind of.
Were you sitting in here this morning?
Maybe.
I noticed it when you were sitting there. Anyway.
But yeah. So, but we were talking about the trails and stuff, and she was talking about like transportation and all that kind of stuff about, because they're just,
Yeah,
and
because there's no parking once you get there, and so, yeah.
when I said that, I said, yeah, at one point I was excited because I thought they were clearing that lot across the road from the parking. Nope, put a house on it.
Did they? I've been out there forever.
Yeah, like, you know, you go down when you go down that road and, you know, you turn left in the parking lot, they cleared to the right. And I thought,
That was perfect.
and I thought they,
Street's fine in there.
yeah, I thought it was gonna be parking, and I don't know why, there was a sign to that effect, I feel like, but no, there's a house that one now.
No.
And,
Do that.
we were talking about in this fall.
And there, well, either.
And she was talking, we were talking about the fact that we really do need some kind of, I don't know whose responsibility that would be, but there needs to be some kind of walkway between those two parking lots.
Where's there another parking lot that is this well? Is it across the street?
Mm-mm.
Or is it on the other one?
Yeah, because there's 2 points. You can either park at the Fern Creek entrance, or you can park at the Meadowburg entrance.
Oh,
Well, not all the way, but it's,
okay.
so like, it's in, I can't remember what it's called, but there's 2 different parking lots. Both of them are super tight, but you don't want to do the whole 500. I mean, most people don't want to go all the way to the end, come out of the parking lot, turn around and go back.
Exactly.
And then walk back on the road. Or walk back, you know. And some of that land is actually private land right there. It's not owned by the park. Because there's big signs
Yeah.
that say this is, you know, private property, not part of the park.
Well, that's a shame. Let's see. Let me get some eyes on it. So.
I'm pretty sure they call that parking lot Meadowburg. Because that's actually when I park in. I don't park in the first one.
It's just been, let's see, the last time we went, we used to go every week. About, and then it just started getting to where this is even before last year.
Yeah.
You couldn't.
I mean, I don't typically try to go on the trails unless it's first thing in the morning. Because it's just ridiculous.
We were gonna go take pictures there with the girls 2 years ago. But I think that was probably the last time I was out there. I don't think we've taken the dogs out there yet. I just picked the favorite and put it. Yeah, I keep seeing things with the trees. Let's do this.
John David has an editorial in the Charleston Gazette today.
What's it about?
Tax rates.
That looks like a parking lot. Yeah, because there's the bathroom. That's probably the Pine Creek one there.
Hmm. Good for Sherford Lake News.
Well, I'm not catching any of the good news today. What he do?
Oh, he's partnering, Patrick Morrissey's going to partner with him on the National Drug Take-Back Day.
You can buy ramps on Etsy, by the way.
Look, great. I got some from Turner this week. And Caitlin Witt had posted a picture of her holding some mustard greens, and I was like, "Oh, those look really good." And she's like, "We're going to have them up on Turner this week."
Oh, nice.
So
I see that other parking area now.
So I got some, yeah, and the not Fern Creek one, I don't remember what it's called, is bigger.
Yeah, but to do anything, like there's no trailhead there?
Yeah, oh yes.
There is?
There, yeah, there's two trailheads in this wall.
Can't see. Well, that looks like a power, yeah, that's like, I like the plans, yeah. There's enough tree cover that I can't see. But of course, if I don't know it. But some people, so I guess you can come out that end, but then you have, that's what you're saying, then you have to walk back to your car.
Correct.
If you park over there. Okay. We always just go to the top of the rock and turn around and come back.
Oh, okay, so you don't do
We've
that.
never done the entire loop. Well, I've not. So. Oops. That's owned by the United States of America. We have one of those trail books. I can't remember the guy's name that wrote it, but he wrote it when we had our coffee shop. So he sold them in the shop. And I get it out and look at it all the time. I'm going to do this one and this one and this one. Then we tear down the wall of the house and it takes our time.
Yeah.
Now we're trying to see if solar home where they couldn't do anything for our house. We have too many pitches and
Gotcha.
and we don't go in the right direction for the sun. Apparently it would not be cost effective.
Gotcha.
The little house next door has a nice two just pieces of roof on either side.
Oh, cool.
So we contacted them again to see if that house needs new roof.
Also, super excited about the email you sent me.
Fingers
crossed.
Don't get too excited. You should not even bank on that thing and just be surprised when it actually shows up.
Yeah. What's on the agenda for Thursday?
That's the Boy Scout thing. But they have to meet in here at 9. I hope we have talked to them about that. Because Region 4 is doing their thing at 9 o'clock first. And they all said last meeting that they were gonna come here and do it. And then go straight from there. That meet into their voice meeting. And we've got several agenda items that Ruth needs to take care of. Yeah, I think, you know, they're all starting to blur together again because we're getting any time in between them. Yeah, it's just that. And then her, like, 5 items.
Well, I guess I'll give you. I'm gonna have to get you to pay for a couple room reservation things.
Which one are you going to?
I've got 2 in June, back to back. The clerks, the state auditors.
How in the world were they supposed to do that with an election going on?
The state
Oh, yeah,
auditors,
that thing you have to get right.
mandatory. It's the 8th to the 11th at Minden Valley,
Okay.
like always. And then Waveco is 13th to the 15th in Charleston.
Typically, when we look at that state auditors training, unless something major has changed, which maybe it has to. It's like it can go down, but then like there, that's as low down as it'll go, and then it stops. Anyway, Lisa's probate is usually like the most important thing. Everything else, like even when we go to our auditors training, it's the same.
Well, that's what.
You definitely need to go. But like the only thing that we even look at your agenda, like you need to make sure that probate stuff's getting, because it
You always want to change.
because they change a lot of that stuff.
Well, and that SB 80 is going to change a bunch, and so is they passed the bill that they no longer have to come in person at all.
Okay.
Because there's an oath in there that says I will
Yeah.
discharge these to the best of my ability according to the wishes of the deceased, blah, blah, blah. That had to be signed in front of the clerk of the county commission or their
Deputy.
yeah. Now it's anyone who can administer an oath can administer it.
So who
So any notary,
legally in West Virginia can,
any notary can administer
Okay.
an oath. So
so if they live in Pennsylvania, they can go to their local notary and then do everything online.
no, I don't think it's just there's so many different pieces. It's so confusing.
Yeah. Well, and a lot of that was ignored for a long time here. So like everything seems new right now because hearing this.
Austin.
How long he's been sitting there.
Not very. It
Okay, it just popped up. And when Carla took over, she never.
Some of it, unfortunately, you can't give answers to because the answer is, well, every county does different.
Yeah, so what's the standardization? There isn't.
But there's, so they're actually having a meeting tomorrow, no, Thursday. They were asking if any of us wanted to come to plan for what they're going to talk about at this training.
Okay.
I'm not necessarily I don't really feel like driving to Clarksburg on Thursday afternoon just for a planning session.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be kind of fun, but
Are they not zooming that?
they
I
might.
think we're all gonna just fall back on that from now on.
I think everybody's ready to get, like, all the responses so far have been like, yeah, I'll try to make it. It'd be nice to get out of the office.
Yeah, that's the one thing, gosh. Like our auditor's training last year, we were so, it's so, the same thing. But except for the little bit that you need to listen to. We set up in Ruth's office. I took work back there. We tag teamed it. Yeah, I didn't get my Danish, but. That's all right.
Mhm.
We kept working on all that was going on, so.
Yeah.
For us, it made it easier.
I'm hoping they get us information about these soon. I've said in our listserv, I'm like, I gotta know the cost of stuff because I gotta figure out who, if anybody can come with me.
Yeah. When did you get notification about losing?
It was in an email from in the clerk's part. They haven't sent anything from Wakeco yet. That I've seen.
I'm closed down. I don't know who is that. Can you see?
Yeah, at Jordan.
Oh, I see.
I don't find anything on their website.
No, I thought, well, CCAW is a little bit easier. They just have like events.
And NACO, they're actually having a NACO conference. It's in Prince George, Prince Edward. It's in July though, so it's next fiscal year.
Well, no,
Yeah, stuff's,
but
hey, I'm not planning on taking that with me.
but that was the point. Got his part of the trip.
Right, well,
I don't see anything.
that was in that was an email from Linda Huggins, who is the president of the Clerks Association. And that was a save the date.
Yeah.
But I've seen it in something Wakeco too. I think it was in their letter. Maybe.
What do they call it? County line?
And then we'll have our elections one in Charleston, hopefully.
When does that happen?
That's the end of July.
Oh, well, I was gonna say August. I was thinking.
Yeah. It's 24th and 26th. I think they're, well.
Does that happen every year or is that just getting you ready for the?
No, it happens every year. Brittany and them are still debating about.
How to do it.
Right, because she said, and basically at this point, it's, if the hotel will let us, we would like to have it in person. But if we can't, like, because the Capitol's still not open. Like, you still can't.
Like walk in.
Right, you have to make appointments. None of the offices down there are open to the public.
See, I used to have to go down there more than I do now. Oh. This is salt waste authority.
Hmm.
Okay. So I was looking in there, and this over here. Oh, I just like listen to people. I don't know, live recordings.
Mhm.
See a lot of recordings, but. That Martha, I can't remember which one I put. What are we playing now? I was playing Rock on and Off one day when I was in here testing this, and then the auditors were here. And Chuck went nuts. He was like, "This is so wonderful." I'm like, and listening.
Russian.
Yeah. So I mean, I gave him a little history lesson real fast, and he's like, "Oh my gosh." I'm like,
Nice.
yeah, this is not my, it's my day job.
Yeah.
Not one that's school for. Oh, we're having a little issue right now. Joey got invited back to Italy next year.
Oh.
He has to be there the 20th. Connor graduates the 21st.
Oh, no.
We're not going.
Aw.
They pushed him back to the 2023, so we can hopefully just go then. That's in between graduations.
Yeah.
I can graduate until the 2024. So, you know, barring any pandemics.
Right. Oh, no.
He was supposed to, I think he was supposed to go in 20.
Mhm. Well, you know, that didn't happen.
And then, yeah. So, because they get him kind of scheduled every other year. So, he's been pushed back one other time too, because he couldn't get off work. And school went ahead and approved his leave. Like, that was the day. Because then he looked up graduation date.
Yeah.
And we were going to try to make it work and like leave like the 22nd, just be late. But that's pretty crummy too.
Yeah.
Hey kid, congratulations.
Mhm.
What are you leave by? Stay here in the house, don't do anything else. He's taking him to let's see what it's called. I never remember what it's called.
And when are you on vacation?
We leave the 11th of June. And now I'm like Los Meadows. Meadows. Okay, Los Meadows. It's an archaeological site from dating back to 1000, where the Vikings landed up in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to hike out to it. So that's where he wants to go on his senior trip next year. So we'll do that, or he'll do that instead. Me and Joey will do that instead when they're Italy. But yeah, we leave June 11th-ish because we have reservations in Yosemite.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna like get out there fast. We're leaving and just get out there and then take our time coming back. And we watched Tombstone the other night, and I said, "Joey, we'll go to Tombstone." That'll be kind of hot in June. Well, you know, but it's gonna be hot everywhere in June.
That's really pretty down in there.
That's like really close to the Mexican border. Like it's
Yes.
way down there.
We, I had a friend of mine went to Arizona. Is it State that's in Tucson? Or is it? Yes.
Yeah, because Tucson's right there.
He went to Arizona State. And so not long after college, he went grad school. Or not long after we graduated undergrad, I had a friend we flew out there and spent a week with him. And we did all that, you know, with Tucson, and went down into, at that point, you could just, you know, drive, you walked across the border.
Yeah.
You parked, and then you walked across
Yeah.
the border into Nogales, and we had, you know, lunch in Mexico, and,
That's cool.
and stuff. And it was, I don't know if you've ever been in that area.
But now with Turkey.
Okay. Like, it fascinated me, the cactus fascinated me, just how they grew on the hills, just like trees.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, they are, you know what I mean? It's just,
It's foreign.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
But-
weird.
but yeah, it was like, oh, here's a hill, just like I would see at home, like here's a mountain, but that bottom half of the mountain is covered in cacti.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and it's,
Not oak trees.
we flew into Albuquerque, it was when I lived in Iowa, we flew to Albuquerque. And, we did, I mean, we had to take cars, shuttles from the airport. But, going down into, it was like, the movies you see, it's just like nothing, and all of a sudden there's town. When we were out west last time, we didn't go to Capitol Reef National Park, but we think we're gonna catch the other side of it this time. Hey, Reggie. And we're gonna catch the other side of the Grand Canyon, I think. I keep changing our route. I know we have to be in Yosemite at that time, because we're meeting friends from Utah. So Jillian can hang out with her iPad pal.
Oh, cool.
The last time we went out that way, we went and saw our friends that Joey went to grad school with. And Jillian and Meg became best friends. And so they talk on iPad every night. FaceTime each other. And so when we set up our dates, we cut the campground across the street from us. So they're going to meet us there. The rest of it's just kind of like, how are we getting home?
Yep. Hey.
And I keep changing our route.
And you guys did rent a, or did you get? You did a
Family
truck.
has a teardrop
Okay.
camper. It's out of the hangar. And Kathy said if Joey can get it. Yeah, it's been unused for a little while, so it needs some attention. So he's working on, it's wooden on the outside, so if he can get it sanded and resealed. We've already got a power inverter for it. And we've got Connor and Piper individual tents. Jillian only wants to sleep in the back of the truck. She found an air mattress that fits the back of the truck, and that's where she wants to sleep.
Okay, great.
So, we're fine, we will get you a tent. It's fine. She's a little bit more extra than.
That's a good way to describe.
Yeah, and everybody has their hammock, their own, that folds into itself. Because we all fought over the three that we took last time. Well, it was a 2-person and 1-person.
Yeah.
And then. Whatever those are.
I don't know if you saw on my Facebook, I apparently ran a 5K in my sleep at 6 o'clock this morning.
Okay. How'd you do that?
I didn't know. I looked at my watch and it said I'd burned 6 minutes on calories. And normally I'm only about 300, like, because you know, it's got like a baseline that it runs and then whatever. Like I was getting ready for work this morning and I was like, that's weird. Maybe my heart rate was up overnight because it bases that on heart rate and that kind of stuff. And so then I clicked and no, it said I'd gone 5,000 steps. And I was like, I've gone to the bathroom and back a couple times.
A lot of stuff.
It did that in Walmart one day about 3 weeks ago. Like my phone started, or my watch started to buzz, and I was like, oh, that's weird. Somebody called me or whatever. Well, I looked at it when I got outside. It said I'd done like 11,000 steps inside Walmart, and not true. I mean, like, it normally vastly undercounts in Walmart because I'm holding on to the buggy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. Just like whenever I'm on the elliptical and I used to run on, it wouldn't count the elliptical.
But yes, I don't know why it said I went 5,000, and it was all within a 15-minute period. I was like, dang, pretty good. Go 3 miles and pretty good time.
Compete with anybody?
Yeah. But my heart rate was, I mean, it was a little, I don't know. It's just technology, I think, is sometimes. Okay, so this is good. Let's see.
Pause more. Pause more.
See,
Always.
see John Breneman's name spelled wrong.
Where did you see it? Like something today or something out
It was
there?
something the other day, and it was, I was in my office looking at something, and I was like, why can't we spell his name right? Like that gets weird.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
all
I know what it
E's.
was. I know what it was. The thing Eddie Young had the commissioner's name.
Combine and divide or segregate?
Yeah, and he had Brenman. I was like,
Gosh, I didn't catch it.
Because I made the comment, I was like, well, Eddie can't spell that. I was like, at least Breneman I kind of understand, but I've learned there are no double letters and it's all E's.
It's all E's.
So I got it. Got it now. I got my little brain hooked on it. And I got Louisa's finally. Louis Oates.
Yep.
Louis Oates.
Yep, it sure is. Good as that.
Okay. And then, right, here's my brain, but that made me think, oh, I keep meaning to look up his house. It's for sale on Church Street. Tom Lewis's is another place is for sale. And I keep meaning to look it up, which then brought me to the fact that, of course, she didn't have Mrs. Miller because she was an hotel teacher, but they've got one of the houses there for sale on Main Street, her house. And they only want $149,000 for it. And I was like, I mean, it only has one bathroom. That would lower it a little bit, but I mean, it's been immaculately kept. It's from like built in the 30s, so it's got all that like stucco and. Mm-hmm. Probably. Family probably was. Beautiful. Wanted.
Where is it? On Main Street?
On Main Street, on the corner of Main and Woods. She taught high school for, her whole career. And she retired a bunch of years ago. And she had a stroke here about a year ago, maybe now. And so she has told them she doesn't want to go home. She's like,
She's at a nursing home?
Yeah, she's.
Wow, that's rare to hear. They don't want to go home.
Well, I think she knows, and bless her heart, like it's so sad because she taught English. That's what she did. And that it affected the part of her brain that connects your brain to your mouth. So like she knows what she wants to say, and sometimes she even thinks she's saying it, but she's not. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No.
They had the three houses in a row, the Millers did. And Miss Miller had actually lived in the middle house, what we call the middle house. The last little bit of her life. But this is the one that's for sale right now. But it looks like they're getting ready to sell off to him.
Wow. It's number 69. Well, no picture yet.
Oh,
What? That's in the wrong place. isn't
yeah,
it?
I remember that, yeah.
Still in the wrong place.
East.
Is it East Main Street?
It is east, yeah. No, I don't, they don't ever. They have such a, there it is.
Okay. That's the one? Oh, wow.
The kitchen needs some updates. It looks fine, it's clean.
Yeah.
But you would want to, update it. 'Cause it is.
I know what the neighbor sold more recently.
I'll bet.
But I'm going,
Yeah.
where am I? It took me forever to understand
Uh-huh.
that April looks like this
Yes.
to 19.
Like you don't realize it.
Yeah. Especially when you're just driving around inside of it.
Yeah, so like the Millers and yeah, all three of those. That one, and the third one. And then, no, like you don't know Vern. I have no idea you know Vern anything or not. He owns a horse farm in Scarborough.
No. They have been releasing.
That's it. Which one you're talking about?
It was a comp when we were getting ours redone. Word up.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, they all look the same.
Yeah, I was gonna say Cora lives in the middle one.
This
And then,
one?
yeah. I don't know who's in that third one, but they've got a bunch of junk pile in this first one.
This?
Got a bunch of junk pile on the porch right now, like where they've been cleaning stuff out.
I need new railings and that, so I'm looking at everybody's railings.
And then the one across that keeps moving around. Well,
These are all new.
that's new. That one just recently sold, but this white one's for sale now, and they want more for it than they want for these smaller stuff. Let's do that. I know it does that.
Yeah, it just keeps going. Well, and plus this is my, remote connection, mine, so it's a little laggy.
Yeah.
So this one?
It's for sale again. And he went for 9,000 for it. Now it is nice. They built a sun room off the back. It's full glassed in.
Wow.
Border room.
That view, I'm sure it's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably, it's just weird. It's not nearly as well maintained.
Yeah. Probably bigger land.
Probably. I bet you they didn't come back in. I bet you they went into their second one.
But you know what, that's good though, at least. for
I was
us.
thinking, geez.
I know.
But I mean.
Unless they pulled him in to talk about that.
True.
Let me see if I can get a text.
I mean.
I had to run out of here because I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow, which has already been rescheduled. This is the third time. They called to reschedule it again. Trying to see the doctor since February.
Yeah.
Please not. But they offered me a different doctor. I'm like, I was thinking, I don't care if I see this. I can't.
This is new. Random on Facebook, there's a lady who's opening a new doctor's office over there in Beckley that a couple people, like one of my friends who was an RN, commented like, if you're looking for a new doctor, like she's one of the best, like best people I ever worked for. And somebody else commented on that post talking about how nice she was. Because I know there are going to be people looking with Dr. Beckett leaving. And
Kids just leave or just get notifications for.
I didn't hear.
Probably, and if they did, they're late. They're okay.
Look,
Oh, no, I don't know.
they probably already did it. I can't see from here. Yeah, you can't see right.
Mhm.
Go back.
So my scan snaps do this every couple of days. Again, we could do it.
Well, I want to plant my stuff. I don't want to wait.
I know, me too. I already planted 3 pots. I'm probably gonna put cheese block on them. I'm not sure yet.
Yeah,
I could drag them inside.
yeah. I'm gonna bloom and then maybe do, because I really feel like those perennials could go in the ground. I might do them next week. 'Cause it's supposed to be, I think we're gonna be past our big chance of frost after this week.
I hope so. I thought it was cold last night, sitting outside, and
They're saying we're gonna have a hard freeze tonight or tomorrow night.
I heard Thursday.
Maybe it's, but yeah, like,
But then it looked like it changed. It's 70 out. Wednesday snow. Give me a break.
yeah.
90% chance.
Yay. No, here, I will ensure that they come back in. I'm gonna step back in here and see if they move.
Whatever works.
Like when you really want your food to come in a restaurant.
Go to the bathroom. free. For elephants. Yeah.
You know, if anybody has ordered anything from Lee Graphics?
Is somebody in here asking?
Well, no, he apparently called elections and wanted to know if we got our lavender folders.
Oh, yeah, that's on elections. I know where that went up to circuit clerk.
Okay, well,
I didn't know where those came from. I didn't order them.
okay, so he wanted to know if we got them.
Okay.
I'll tell them they need to pack that information up to circuit.
Yeah, oh gosh, that's my dresser. Looking at, you've got me stuff now.
Okay.
We used to have that couch. I've got that bed. I've got that dresser. I've got that dresser. Come on. They shut down. Like they don't even try.
Well, it's very rigid.
My grandmother had this exact couch.
Uh-huh.
And then the family ended up with this, and this, and maybe one other piece. Yeah. I've got, so we ended up, it went to, was it Joey's house? And yes. Yeah. So this is downstairs on my desk. This is in my sunroom with our mattress on it. We'll get it eventually. This is in Jillian's room, next to her bed, and this is in my bedroom. My grandmother had this, and Joey's parents had this and this. Well, no, the couch was green, and then they had another chair that was like a slipper chair that was red. They're finishing it right now. Someday I'll get it finished. Yeah, that's exactly what's in my bedroom.
It's pretty.
I love it.
The one that's in how's my workout room right now. It's my grandmother's. Very similar.
I mean, maybe it's pictures on. I that's how I was texting Angela. I need to clean my house. Everything. Well, mine doesn't come out like this. So much, or I would trip over it. Yeah, she said they were on the second one. I texted her. Well, I'll show you. Let's see. Back to the living room. Oh, wow. You know which one it is, right? Which okay, so this is what started. I feel like I'm in my front lawn. I need to do something. I mean, ours isn't like this.
Yeah, it's kind of, is that really
Period. No, this is all like 20 years
I was
old.
gonna say like Art Deco.
Yeah.
Is what it reminds me of, but the house would have been built in the 1800s.
Yeah. Maybe right at the time, I don't know what this is. That didn't stick out to me. I do. This aggravates me.
Because he wants to get their investment.
Yeah, and plus that it's just not.
All right, they would have.
Anyway, somebody just did it. I do like them. Mine's all over. I was gonna say, if you give it to me, I'll do it.
Well, I mean, and now I've got the note in there. And my fear was one of those things like, we said, oh yeah, we got this, but they told them that we did.
Yeah.
Because they thought,
It was the election stuff that showed up yesterday.
no, they thought it was the, Trissy Blue Founders. And I'm like, those people.
Yeah, I get
Yeah.
those. Yeah. I mean, I'll call
know if they came or not.
They've been here for a couple of weeks.
Oh, okay, yeah, we figured out. No.
No, that's not us. It doesn't shut out on this house. I'm also looking for a new couch, but we gotta get something with the dogs.
Hopefully those come into a germ.
No. Somehow we ended up with a pump organ.
Of course.
But we put it up, we moved it up in our bedroom. And it's
Nice.
and by the we put 2 whiskey glasses and some starch on it.
Fun.
But just look at that. Romantic. But I do this because I think I get bogged down sometimes with all the crap in our house. And I look at other people and I'm like, it's okay, you're fine. I like them. Now this gets me. Yep, the second one.
Oh. I mean, that's not a fashion choice I've made.
Our house came with this too. Like it keeps up like.
Oh, well, that was a pretty.
And Joey's dad said it was painted white when they bought it and constructed. I'm happy for her. We've got this little refrigerator in the attic too. Apparently it works.
There's holes on the door handles are pretty.
I mean, this is all 40s right here.
Yeah.
Look at this. I like the other one.
Yeah, I know. What was I looking at? Isn't it some house? Not the one here. Anyway, they did that thing where they took a dresser and cut a hole in the top to put the sink basin in. And it was totally out of character for where it was.
I mean, I've seen one executed amazingly, and it's perfect. I wouldn't mind doing it, but I'm a dresser that can't function as an actual dresser.
Right, because you gotta take all the drawers off.
Yeah. I would love to cut a hole in the bathroom straight into our closet. But then I would lose the stairs and have to put that. That's unnecessary. And Piper has this. It came from my grandmother.
My boss, my former boss is out there. She lives in the Sunstrom house there on the street. Yeah, oh yeah.
I think everybody has that.
I was gonna say, it's not that one pattern of corral that I posted, it's with the brownish, like flowery pattern on there. Everybody's grandmother had that.
Oh, my mom still has it.
Yeah. I mean, we still use it. Yeah. But Becky,
They're great, keep it.
the Sunstrom, the house, they have a laundry chute from the upstairs bedroom down. It just falls straight down into the, the potato basket there. I don't know where it went. But yeah. And the cats, she keeps all her cats, well, they were in the house now, but when she first, but they're boxing their finger down in the basement.
I wasn't sure what you were.
Yeah, no, right, but no, you can hear the cats. You think they're upstairs, like, I don't know.
Oh, they're coming through the thing.
That's it. You can hear them.
Mewing.
And you would think.
Yeah.
Took me a couple times to figure it out.
Look here.
I think that's when the laundry or Reddit. Hopefully would come and, just their new, which is a minute books back there. They talked about, northern insurrectionists that
Really?
had invaded the town. And we will eat dirt and, you know, something else before we'll let them.
In our land? Or-
Yeah.
Oh, man, I didn't see that. I don't even know how I found it. That's the one? Oh.
That's what's in our house. I've had it before. Yeah, I love this project. That was.
Oh, I know.
This was built about the same, looks like probably about the same person that did ours. This is the arch, doors and all that extra, you know, which you can't go through, so your shoulder.
I know.
But, we were talking in the office and there.
I was gonna say, unless you like put a chain over top of it and put out the
Drop the, what you have to do.
yeah.
I bet. We're gonna do something. That looks like, I bet it was even built by the same people that built my house. That, this closet, because my sister and I closet mine, but it runs one for the house. Behind the wall. I'll get down to the drink.
Okay. Oh, this one.
Oh, you can get out.
I was getting past all that.
Yeah,
You know
no.
where it is?
Well, I'm wondering now. So I got 10 minutes.
Oh, gotcha.
Maybe. You don't tell me that.
It's built 1900.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm thinking about, I think the town is like, when we want to use it.
Well,
Mm-hmm. I don't know how. Mm-hmm. Sure. Mm-hmm.
oh, this one. We had a trunk like that in the attic somewhere sometimes. But I gave it to Piper. She thinks she's amazing now because she started to bother with her trunk. Didn't give us anything. Oh, no. So is that what we're doing? We're gonna.
Mm-hmm.
All of our chairs are falling apart. So we're getting new chairs, but I'm not clever.
Ah.
I'm like, I don't care what it is. I will tell you that I'm starting to agree that this is not the most comfortable time. office for me.
I wonder if that's at this point, but I'll do it in person.
Hopefully, yeah, I'll come tell you.
I mean, I'll. I actually ate one of my lemon bars.
I got stuck doing this. This isn't.
Yeah, I
This
know.
wasn't
I
even
should probably
time.
do those April 9th minutes now that we're all caught up.
We're not. Not on my side.
Yeah, well, I know.
Because there was no point in fighting with it. I don't know. But now it's gonna happen all at once.
Yeah.
If I can get this, maybe that's what I need to do, is come down here and look at this computer. See if it ever did anything. I just got to 100% of my coursework done on my class. I got my graduation packet. We all officially graduated Friday because that was our last group meeting.
Huh?
Well, not group meeting, we had our last breakout session on Thursday, and then everybody presents to the whole, like, 700 people or whatever. It was crazy, on Fridays. But there was some follow-up.
Gotcha.
That I had meant to do this weekend. We were out, well, I was gonna do it Friday night, but we were out of town. I just finished up my last little bit. Yay, they sent me, of course, like a certificate. But, Colin Powell was big. Like, he was one of the big presenters, and it's all just recorded stuff that you watch.
Mm-hmm.
They take excerpts from his books and stuff, but then they sent me one of his books.
Oh, cool.
And he had autographed it. And it was I actually plan on reading it. I meant to read it this weekend when we were up there, but I fell right asleep as soon as we got there. We had to go back to the cabin and pick up the trailer, like the pull behind trailer, so we can use it down here for stuff. We start a series of executive session music history lessons.
There you go. Sounds good to me.
She is the sunniest person in this complex.
Yes. Yes.
Trying to get it turned down just a little bit more.
Mm. Oh. Mhm.
Hello.
Hello, I bring you great tidings. Wait, that's it.
Just bring in.
Great tidings and wonderful joy.
Glad tidings of great joy.
Okay, whatever.
I'm playing on music.
We said we're gonna have executive session, music history lessons.
It was a lot longer than I thought it was.
A whole lot longer.
You guys,
Well, we had to get advice from two different sets of attorneys.
we know how that goes.
And besides them, there were two attorneys in there.
Yeah.
Me and Anthony.
And then we had all,
Hey, I found my laptop.
we had,
I had it charging to make sure that it was not dead when I handed it over to you.
Thank you. I saw
We
it,
had-
yeah, because I unplugged it to plug in the shredder and I was like, hey, that's my laptop. It's taking that spot.
Nice. It's a nice one.
Yeah, it's a used one, but I have the same one for my practice and so I have equipment that'll, that's compatible with.
That's very important.
Yeah, that's what I wanted, so I could plug it into my, my screen at home and stuff like that.
I got it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good. Oh, were you?
Yeah.
They had plenty on there. I mean,
Nature.
I'm telling you, these Macs are so much better than Windows. They are.
There we go.
When I
Switch the whole
switched,
county to Mac.
I think that's why my blood pressure is so healthy for a 50-year-old is because I use Mac.
Well, they use Apple a lot for like company phones, because you can customize
No decisions made.
like things.
No decisions made.
No,
No decisions made.
but I want to move that we had discussed having our attorney write an opinion letter to the URA through its attorney, and I move that we vote to have him do that.
I'll make a motion to approve the letter.
Are you seconding it?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm seconding. I'm sorry.
Okay. That's all right. I know we're all kind of brain
We've
dead.
had a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
So do we get on the Meadow River Rail trail stuff signed?
Well, did they sign the actual, they agreed to do the.
I don't
things,
think we
they
did
just-
sign anything. I think we just voted to do it.
Yeah, so there's a,
You have to print that one thing on letterhead.
it does have to go on letterhead? Okay.
Okay.
And then there's gonna be some other stuff that he sent in the meantime, while you guys are in there, that we will put on the 21st.
Okay, here is the one for the farmer's market with the porta potty info added.
That master services agreement is not gonna fit on our letterhead. And it's a PDF.
And this was that order for the refund, right?
Yes, that was from
That
the
was
other
approved
meeting.
in a prior meeting, you just have to.
So do you have the one that you printed out and got in here?
No, I guess.
Okay. It's, I mean, it's not gonna go into
Very
it.
good paper.
So I think we're just gonna have to print it the way it is.
And I think that's all we had left to sign.
Is that it?
C and the S are
It's on the second page.
capitalized. You did it to work.
The master agreement.
Yeah, I'm gonna get it.
Okay.
I see. Is that all, folks? Is that it?
No, she's gonna get that, the Meadow River Rail Trail. The rest of the document that you signed for that. Deal.
We have to get through it faster on Thursday. Although, I mean, that's the exact kind of thing we need special meetings for, though, is for something that, you know, where we have a lot of people who are going to participate.
They had a dance recital at the summit this past weekend.
Yeah,
How
that's,
much money we make off of that?
well, the thing is that we need to talk to Anthony about, you know, we need to look into all that. I mean, just everything, because I really think, I told you I had a conversation with Lisa Schrader informally, because Pat was cooking at, I still haven't had an informal conversation with him, but he was cooking at Bike Farm doing their smoke out. And I sat and talked to her for a little while, and where she used to work in the river community, she was talking about all the guidance they always received on the bed tax and stuff, and the taxes on any events. And any event that's not Boy Scout related, I mean, should absolutely be subject to taxes. And that's something that we need to make sure we make clear. And there's still some rumor about a letter from our tax office that where somebody says they don't owe hotel motel. I'm still waiting to see it. I haven't seen it. The only one I've ever. Yeah, well, it wasn't Eddie's office. It was Mike's tax office that they said send it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but,
It could have come, I mean, I don't know.
I don't see it coming from either one of them, frankly, just based on, I can't see either of them
No,
making.
if the legislature said it, maybe it come from the, maybe it comes from. I mean, just-
Yeah,
I mean,
Anthony was gonna look into it. I mean, it's
But
possible.
they should have a copy of it.
I still want to
shouldn't
see the email, yeah. I want Anthony
Not
to look
the
into it,
address.
like,
But there's one more.
because some of that stuff, it just absolutely cannot be true, that we're not supposed to be receiving taxes on it. I mean, I just can't imagine. I can't imagine that they can run a private, basically what would amount to a business up there.
they? Even though I come in, and when I first come here, that's the first thing I try to tackle on it. And then the legislature, there was a decision made in the legislature, and then they put it to vote. And that's how they become exempt.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know, if we can change it or something be done,
Well, at least for the things that aren't specifically Boy Scout, you know, that
Yeah.
aren't to host Boy Scouts,
Yeah.
I should say. Yeah, like weddings, like music festivals, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, because that's not what the original purpose of it was
I
to
agree with
be.
you.
Mhm.
Anything to do with booze at all, there should be a booze tax paid. Okay, anything else?
Was there any more for the agenda you needed us to go over for the next meetings?
You wanna look at the 7th. A busy day. Yeah, it's pretty full.
I did want to mention, and I discussed this with Ruth, but we are given way too much time per agenda item. These meetings should not run like they do. I think that an hour should be an exception, that, you know, should have to go to Ruth at a minimum that she could bring to us. I think the average should be 15 minutes. Anybody who wants more than 15 needs to justify that. People need to learn to be efficient when they come in here, because what happens is we'll get a presentation like those guys this morning. They were very efficient, and then we were finished and we had all this extra time. So then we fill it with stuff we don't necessarily need to fill it with.
Yeah.
And then and we'll take a break too, or whatever. But really, you know, we could either be getting more county business done, you know, something that's now on the 7th, we could have gotten done today, you know, that kind of stuff. And I mean, these hour-long agenda items just, I think, are unnecessary, with very few exceptions. How do you guys feel about having Ruth implement a process to exercise some discipline on the
I agree.
agenda?
That's fine, and every half an hour, every 15 minutes, one of you is gonna be the timekeeper.
Okay.
You say time's over, and I'll say, your time's over, have a seat.
So,
You need to be.
well, if they get us, and that's the other thing we discussed too, that, you know, that nobody needs to be introducing materials in the briefing unless it's like something that Becky just got in today. But like, if they're gonna give us stuff, we had better get all the relevant paperwork before they appear, because otherwise. Yes.
Well, and a lot of times I've noticed so far, we do that, and I get the form, I get the paperwork, and then more stuff materializes.
Yeah, and that just can't happen. I mean, if that happens, we need to move them to another date. If we still can.
So, we've got an annexation coming up. They're just kind of filling in some blanks over in Mount Hope. John Shoemake came by the other day.
That's who we need to talk to anyway.
Who's that?
Was he here today?
Isn't John Shoemake the guy with the tip?
No, that's John Step.
John Septo.
Okay, right, step.
And John
John-
Septo
John- no,
represents the
sorry,
Boy
John Stump.
Scouts.
John Stump with Step.
Stump,
Sorry. And I had.
Yeah, so he has a bit of a conflict.
John Shoemake is the mayor, the attorney for the Mount Hope.
Okay.
And he came last year, you all
Yep.
did some stuff around Dollar General, they're just kind of filling in some blanks, bringing in some, like they've got some city property on things that aren't in city limits, so it should be pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
And so he's on there then, and then he has to notice it for 30 days, and then he'll come back in the end of June and finish up. So there's that one,
What's,
which possibly is a,
Executive session.
yes,
okay, what's this one? Proposed,
postponed.
That one's gonna be executive session.
9:30 is an executive session?
That's your 90 days.
Okay. 10 o'clock?
So 10 o'clock is Angela coming in, that's published. She, zoning had some hearings, yeah. And so she's gotta come and present those.
Discussion and decision, community
one.
meetings for
She'll do the
comprehensive
comp
plan.
Yeah,
That
Um,
meeting's on the 4th, right? The actual planning meeting, commission meeting?
yeah, that previous
Yeah.
Monday.
And then,
Would you want that to only be a 15-minute thing? I mean, do we want to go ahead and start cutting some of these down? This really shouldn't take too long. She just has to come present.
Yeah, I don't
it.
know why the 10 a.m. would take us 30 minutes. Yeah,
Yeah.
so I'd move that to 10:15.
Is this for the 7th?
Yes.
Okay, when is the planning commission meeting?
The 4th.
Okay, I thought it was the 10th.
There are two. This is for these are the three that had to get done. She's
Right.
having to have two, and then they meet back on the 10th for the,
What about the 10, 15?
that is to discuss, for us to discuss,
Our
The-
comprehensive. plan.
yes,
Okay, I got it now.
not the Route 19, but the
Right.
comprehensive,
Okay.
yeah.
Sorry.
That's up. So then I could move this to 10:30.
yeah, and the next one at 11 o'clock.
What's on the 10th?
Because she's gonna need to be here for all that anyway.
What's the
The
meeting?
10th is the meeting that they didn't get quorum.
Oh, I thought that was the 4th.
I think no, the 4th must be the one where she's having these guys. do
Yeah,
their
4th
zoning.
is they're meeting on the 3rd. I think it's the 3rd, then they come to us. What is this, the 7th?
Let's find
That's-
out
yeah.
because
Okay, you're coming on the 4th. You're
I
right.
thought she was on the 7th because she was having that meeting before then.
Well, ours is the 7th.
She's having to have two. She's having to have the 3rd to take care of these guys because that's their normal meeting
Right.
where she already had them scheduled and published. So she could take care of these businesses so they can get going.
Yeah.
Then they're having a special meeting on the 10th to where they had to, where they didn't get quorum.
Yeah, US right now, 10 quarter.
What's the one below there at 12 o'clock?
So let's do this first. What's this? Well, hang on. Jail bill and possible commission funding from home confinement. Fridley and was it Allison talked about at the last meeting? We could bump that up and have this at the end, have the workshop. at the
Yeah.
end.
Yeah,
So, do you want, John, you probably need 30 minutes for that, don't you?
huh?
You probably need 30 minutes for the ordinance. don't
Yeah,
you?
because we got multiple ordinances.
Can we get copies of them to look at them in advance?
Once Anthony gets done with them.
He said he looked at them.
For the building ordinance, right, the dilapidated properties, yeah,
Yeah.
and that's the one that I sent you the link that we currently have, and then the state one, I sent you a link to that one too. So let's put this up here. And then we can leave them at 11:30. Unless you've got, no,
Okay, there's some below there.
this is your agenda items, these are agenda items.
Exhibits.
Yeah, exhibits.
Okay,
We need to put an MOU on there, some placeholder to review the MOU with and the lease with the
MOU and
animal
lease
shelter.
agreement with NRHS.
Okay, if you.
We can include it with that. We just need to make sure it's
Yeah.
on there. To remind us.
Did you,
Lease and MOU.
and then Anthony is dealing with the Women's Resource Center. We have an MOU with them every year. Belinda has already sent it to him. He has it. She called me
Okay.
either Friday or Monday.
For what?
For the Women's Resource Center. I have never really dealt with that before, so I haven't seen it.
So you don't know what kind of agreement we have with them?
Not as of today.
Okay. Would you
I was
put
gonna try to pull one and look at
up on
it.
that agenda item where you put review, lease, and MOU?
Right here?
Yeah. or
Yeah, okay.
Renew, review, or whatever.
And she said that Anthony had to do his part of it. with the Women's Resource Center, so.
Renew.
Can we put discussion, decision, or decision, renew, release, because the way it's worded is we'll have to,
Right.
renew it.
You got to end twice.
This was on here. But this is after, are we going to, like, after you have your, yeah,
There'll have to be a report, like a letter.
from the 22nd, yeah.
We do have to do that because we have to get that feedback. What date did we give them?
That we would review and approve the letter.
May 7th, maybe, okay.
Okay, so, yeah, we definitely need to do that.
Okay.
That's based on whatever feedback we get from this week's meeting.
You got, there's a bunch of people, you got some people coming?
I asked Becky to send out, she did send out a, invitation to the members of the Chamber of Commerce, County Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah.
I think we probably also, Amy, we might even want to write something up to give the press.
Okay.
And just tell them that we've got this meeting and they're in the business community invite. I can forward you what Becky sent to the business leaders because it's pretty good. I mean, it's good, but it would suffice, I guess, is what I was trying to say.
There is your WB4 renewal discussion with the added health department solid waste.
Let's check that.
And yep, there's one again.
So I meant to also tell you guys, I'm going to ask Anthony to give a little, I mentioned it to him already, but to give a little kind of overview for anybody who's on a committee or, one of our subcommittee commissions that are required to go by procedures under the Open Government Meetings Act, because the Bridge Day Commission has not been doing that. And I mean, she does publish the agenda, but she publishes it to us first. We don't follow all the procedural things. And when something came up for vote the other day, I'm like, oh, wait a minute, we can't do that over email, so, and she just didn't know. So we're going to correct it, but that's probably happening with some of these others too.
Yeah.
I'm guessing including LEPSI, which I participated in the other day. I didn't see any agenda come out from it. I think they just come up with an agenda and they just go by it. But I think we need to, whoever the officers are, especially on these boards, need to understand how these things are done.
What ethics commission will also come,
They will?
if you ask them.
Okay, well, that's even
I
better.
mean, not that, I'm sure.
No, it just keep, no, he would do a fine job.
Exemplary job,
But no, that's great. I'd rather not take him from the headache he's had all morning to do that. But yeah, I feel like we need to set up a training because there are just tons of people who, I think the URA does a pretty good job, or at least from what I can tell. I don't know where it publishes its things, but some of these other more informal boards that don't have to go, like LEPC and some of these others.
URA puts theirs on there.
Well, they actually put it in the kind of clerk too.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, and
Okay.
so that means it's getting recorded
Okay.
and it's now
Yeah.
searchable.
Okay.
But they do put it out there, and there are a couple of PSBs that will send me their agenda for their board meetings, and I will put them out on the board for them. They're not recording them in the county clerk's office, but maybe we should start doing that as well. Kind of standardize those across the board. And Allison,
Had that
you
meeting
mentioned that
last
you wanted me to start doing press releases.
Yeah, I
well,
was
or
saying that,
after the fact.
yeah, with like the main points, main things we made decisions on. We made decisions on these issues and postpone these items or something like that, just kind of, just a synopsis of what we did in the meeting. And then we can, put it on our website, put it on our Facebook page and, release it to the media.
Do you want me to go ahead and through that Gmail account we have for the county, create a Facebook page and start doing that? So
If you're ready.
Oh, yeah.
If you're ready.
And And does that
Thank
need to
you.
be decided across the board or? is that just a-
What?
Like, do we have to, do we have to vote on that? Do we need to put that on the agenda for me to start doing that?
I think we already voted that you could create a Facebook. I was reading back and when I was reviewing
That-
minutes,
okay.
actually, is the one that set the minutes. that We
Okay.
voted that you could get the domain and start
Okay.
posting stuff.
And then for the, so to do the breakdowns of the meetings, just go ahead and start doing that today or?
Whenever seems reasonable to you.
Okay.
Okay, I know because you're just catching up from everything we've done to you this past couple months. I mean, if you want to start it in the first meeting in May, that's fine.
Okay.
I just think it would be a good thing for us to do that so we can, so people who don't want to read the minutes or wait for me to get them done. But
So do like
You
an
know,
abstract.
yeah, yeah, and then just send it to well, send it to Ruth first and she'll put it out to us to review. And approve. And you probably want to copy Michelle on it too, Ruth, just so, since she's keeping the records and make sure we're straight. But, yeah, I just think it's important we have a way to just let, because we get calls, we all get calls after the meeting, well, we want to know what happened, well, we can say, okay, this is what happened, this is why we're doing this is why we did this way, so people don't have to watch, 5 and 6 hours of video to figure out what's up, if they don't want to. What is this special use permit review document that we got? It's,
Let me look at it up close.
the
I think
Board of
that's something
Zo-
Angela
the
put
Board
in
of
your
Zoning
box.
Appeals.
Yeah,
There's some language in there that confused me, but
this was for the drive-in theater. Yeah, this is what, well, there's who made it, on the back. So I think that's just their abstract from that meeting on the drive-in theater.
what would that office have to do with it?
That was one
They
of the things.
take the minutes for.
Okay.
Is that his recommendation?
Well, there's just the language is a little weird. Like I didn't even finish reading it because I started reading it and then we started up again. But
Down at the bottom, see, recommendation.
what is the
See?
recommendation?
Here's, that's what I was explaining to the meeting the other day, like question gave about, he's supposed to give a recommendation, and I think it needs to be changed because it goes to the resource office and then comes back down to the planning commission. This is to the planning commission, right?
Yep.
And then from the planning commission, it comes to the commission. And that's why I was wanting to talk about us maybe restructuring that after this next meeting on the 10th, I believe it is. Is that when
They meet on the 10th
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
she comes back.
Yeah. Maybe changing that. It used to be, there was a board of recommendations or something that it went to first. And then they made 14 members, but we don't have to have 14 members. Then it went to the planning commission, then it came to the commission. The resource office, I mean, I don't think they should be doing that, but that's what's that's the way the process is in development.
Yeah, we need to examine that. I mean,
Yeah.
that's Ruth, that's your staff doing that.
Yeah, and that, I don't think they had qualifications to do it. I'm not saying that, bad. I just don't think they had qualifications to do it anyway.
Angela is on the 21st agenda to come back with the, to present about the lot 19.
Man, that's long. That's big.
Yeah,
That's
that's a
like
big jump.
11 days
So
after
did-
the planning commission.
Did they already hear this permit and this is what they came up with from it? Because it's still, the language in it is so convoluted, like I don't understand it.
Do you want me to have her call in right now? She's out of town, but she said she could call in
No.
later.
No, I do not want her to call in while she's out of town. If she's back at the next meeting, or if not, I'll get with her later. I want a chance to read it so I can ask all my questions at once. But this is, I was looking at it, and I'm like, don't know what this means. All right, move to adjourn.
Second.
Let's get out of here.
I don't think I want to go to work.